mais nécessaire qui fera toute la différence pour les habitants de la zone.
L'objectif, c'est de ramener l'indice de pauvreté au niveau d'ici à un seuil au moins égal à la moyenne nationale. Le seuil national à l'époque était 55%. Et ici, la prévalence de la pauvreté atteignait 71%. Donc l'enjeu, c'est de nourrir les populations, améliorer la sécurité alimentaire et permettre à la population de pouvoir vivre de son travail.
Pour que cela devienne une réalité, le projet PAABO devra développer les infrastructures hydro-agricoles. Le marigot de Inaugural, qui prend sa source dans le fleuve Sénégal, en est un bon exemple. La même opération a augmenté le volume de terres arables et de surfaces irriguées qui sont passés de 300 à plus de 7000 hectares.
Wahabo yatini ko fanno min cuusi kadi heddade yacini min tiremde min daña hen addini amen pompuji addini amen mi yenoni kadi pikkuji peeluji ngaji hanti min pelli min cuusi hanti heddade ɗum amirgo amin daña hanti min pelli min kayit ɗarati
min mano kanko hafere ko fewde lijumaji seeɗa caggal majum min batti ɗo rem hay maaro lawol waɗi amin laabi tan en mbaɗa maaro kam ni.
PAABO aide les communautés locales et les femmes en particulier, qui représentent 57% de la population, à améliorer leurs méthodes agricoles.
Nor live. Without energy, a country cannot develop, neither socially nor economically. Without energy, a country can lose up to 4% of its GDP. With an average GDP 2.5 times lower than the rest of the continent, countries of the Sahel are among the most vulnerable in Africa. And yet, you can find energy everywhere. You just need to see it. Because the Sahel is one of the sunniest regions in the world. Let's exploit it. Desert to power. Let's turn Africa into a renewable energy powerhouse.
Lomé, vibrante capitale et poumon économique du Togo. Une agglomération urbaine où résident environ 10% des quelques 8 300 000 habitants qui peuplent ce pays côtier d'Afrique de l'Ouest. Et dans sa périphérie, la zone du port autonome de Lomé, une plateforme portuaire de premier plan dans la sous-région au sein de laquelle trône une toute nouvelle infrastructure, la flambant neuve centrale thermique Kekeli.
Inaugural, effectivement, présentait la meilleure offre 1 au niveau du combustible, qui est du gaz. Donc c'est un combustible, disons, qui, je dirais, qui ne pollue pas l'environnement. Ça, c'est un point qui est assez important. Du point de vue de la technologie qui est proposée, qui est un cycle combiné, où effectivement, si vous savez un peu ce que c'est, on brûle du gaz pour générer une partie des mégawatts et ensuite la chaleur qui est dégagée de la production de la combustion du gaz est returbinée derrière pour produire encore donc c'est un processus assez efficace pour produire plus de mégawatts et en plus il est assez, disons, par rapport à l'environnement, il ne pollue pas.
Une structure qui génère pour l'instant une puissance de 47 MW grâce à sa turbine à gaz, avant d'atteindre 65 MW en mars 2022 avec le concours de sa turbine à vapeur. Une centrale financée à hauteur de 65,4 milliards de francs CFA par des institutions financières africaines, dont Togo Invest, qui conduit le développement et la mise en œuvre des investissements stratégiques dans le pays.
En général, comme vous savez, il y a sur le montant d'énergie qui est consommé au Togo, il y a une partie qui est importée et une partie qui est produite de manière locale. Donc ce qu'on va faire, on va donc effectivement remplacer la partie qui est importée par une production locale. Cette nouvelle consommation additionnelle venant de Kekeli est la bienvenue et va venir alimenter et permettre à une industrialisation du Togo plus avancée et aussi effectivement permettre au foyer, à la population de pouvoir maintenant s'éclairer avec une énergie qui coûte moins cher.
La centrale Kekeli Efficient Power d'Eranov permettra d'alimenter plus de 250 000 foyers togolais et d'augmenter à hauteur de 50% la capacité de production électrique du pays. Grâce à ce projet, une étape décisive vers l'autonomie énergétique du Togo vient d'être franchie.
La session se déroulera en anglais et en français, donc vous pourrez utiliser vos guides de traduction. Dans la salle, est-ce que nous avons M. Koliang Palébé?
Africa is suffering, Africa is choking, Africa is in serious financial distress for what it didn't cause. And therefore, there must be a greater sense of urgency. To do 40% of our financing to climate. We've done 41%. We're supposed to do adaptation at 50-50, adaptation mitigation. Today, we are at 67%. By 2030 to be able to adapt to climate change. Therefore, the climate action window of the African Development Fund is critical. The reason why this is critical is the issue of impact. What will it do for us? If we get that, we have 20 million farmers that will have access to climate smart agricultural technologies. We've got 20 million farmers that will have access to weather index assurance to deal with some of these exogenous extreme weather patterns that we're talking about. We'll have at least 1 million hectares of land that is degraded that we will be able to regenerate. About 9.8 million people that will have access to electricity, and over 840 million meter cubes of water that we'll be able to deliver. So, and what gives me is confidence that we can do this. We during this issue of the Russian war in Ukraine, we launched a $1.5 billion facility very, very rapidly. And within 45 days, we had done 24 countries. We promised $1.5 billion. We have done $1.13 billion in less than 45 days. The technologies exist. The platforms exist. The programs exist. That's not the problem. What we need is finance. We can do it, but we have to determine that it has to happen. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, everything you're doing.
What I think we need to do as Africans is get out of this debt trap. Extraction is continuing post-colonialism, and it's continuing through debt that is given to our governments, debt that does not really improve the Human Development Index of Africans, ordinary Africans. Most of it is stolen or looted by the people in power.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Votre attention, s'il vous plaît. Je vais demander à ceux qui sont assis au fond de la salle de bien vouloir s'avancer. S'il vous plaît. Merci.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's all get seated. Let's take our seats. Okay, photographers, once you're done, we'll clear front line so that we get started. All right, you're done? Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think we can get started because of time. I think we'll get started right away. And because I'm speaking English, let me make the first announcement that we've got gadgets on your chairs. So those gadgets, you can choose channel 1 for English and channel 2 for French. So please help yourself one of those gadgets. The President of the African Development Bank Group, Dr. Kumi Adesina, Mr. Sidi Brahima Denyogo, Director General for Environment and Sustainable Development for the government of Cote d'Ivoire, and he's representing the Minister Jean-Luc Assi, Your Excellency Wael Badawi, the Ambassador of the Arab Republic of Egypt to Cote d'Ivoire, Your Excellency Mr. Lee Sang-hyul, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to Cote d'Ivoire, Mr. Koliang Palebele, President of the Pan-African Federation of Farmers in Africa and member of the Bank Civil Society Committee, members of the Board of Directors of the African Development Bank Group, members of the senior management of the bank, champions and representatives of civil society organizations across the continent, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the Civil Society Forum 2022 with a pertinent theme of engaging civil society for climate resilience and just energy transition in Africa. This is a two-day event, and today we meet here physically in Abidjan, the capital of this beautiful country, Cote d'Ivoire, and tomorrow we'll be meeting virtually. As I said, we've got interpretation facilities with you there. Channel 1 is for English and Channel 2 for French. And with so much wisdom in this room, please feel free to share the proceedings of this forum with the rest of the world. I'll give the hashtag, which is hashtag CSO Forum 2022. So if you can be on your LinkedIn or you are on Twitter, we want the world to know what's going on right here. Because this forum brings together nearly 150 delegates representing nearly 90 civil society organizations drawn from the bank's 5 regions of North, South, East, West, and Central Africa. And I can imagine how eagerly we've all been waiting and looking forward to this physical meeting after the COVID-19 disruption. But here we are, partners in development, together exploring how to strengthen our engagement and communication about the socio-economic impact of the African Development Bank's projects and activities on the lives of millions of Africans. So what's in store for us today? We'll be hearing powerful presentations from our guest speakers, including our chief guest, the President of the African Development Bank Group. We'll also be hearing from representatives of the government, the Republic of Korea, and the Arab Republic of Egypt. And we've got the representative, of course, of the civil society organization who will be making a presentation as well. And we've got compelling videos to share with you, showcasing the bank working together with civil society in various countries on the continent. Then after that, we'll definitely be assembling for a family photograph. I was hoping that in this warm and humid Abidjan, we can step out and have a very lovely photo, but I think the sky is a bit dull today, we may just have to do it on stage so that we get a really nice photograph of the bank and the civil society together. With that, Mr. President, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to welcome our first speaker today, and that is the African Development Bank's Vice President for Agriculture, Human and Social Development, Dr. Beth Danford, for your remarks. Welcome, Dr. Danford.
Thank you. Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group. Mr. Sidi Brahima Dagnogo, Director General for Environment, representing His Honorable Mr. Jean-Luc Assi, Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. His Excellency Mr. Wael Badawi, Ambassador of the Arab Republic of Egypt to Côte d'Ivoire. His Excellency Mr. Lee Sang-Raoul, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to Côte d'Ivoire. Mr. Kolyang Palebele, President of the Pan-African Federation of Farmers in Africa and member of the Bank Civil Society Committee. Members of the Board of Directors of the African Development Bank. Members of senior management of the African Development Bank Group. Champions and representatives of civil societies organizations across the continent. Distinguished guests. I want to thank those of you who are joining us here in person, as well as those of you who are joining us online. Welcome to the African Development Bank's Civil Society Forum. I would like to thank African Development Bank President Akinwumi Adesina, who is joining us here today, for his support and his elevation of civil society engagement within the bank's development agenda. I want to recognize Mr. Sidi Brahima Dagnogo, Director General for Environment, representing His Honorable Minister, Mr. Jean-Luc Assi, Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development, Côte d'Ivoire, who are our host country here today. We also welcome Mr. Wael Badawi, Ambassador of the Arab Republic of Egypt in Côte d'Ivoire. And we celebrate Egypt as the host of the next United Nations Climate Change Conference. So you have the bank's full support for COP27, which is also known as Africa's COP. I'd like to recognize Mr. Lee Sang-Raoul, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea and Côte d'Ivoire. And importantly, this year's forum is co-financed by the Korea-Africa Economic Cooperation Trust Fund. The African Development Bank, in close collaboration with the Korean Ministry of Economy and Finance, manages this fund. And I also want to recognize Mr. Kolyang Palebele, President of the Pan-African Farmers Organization and representative of the Bank Civil Society Committee. So this committee, amongst others' responsibility, advises the bank on forging strong relations and partnerships with the civil society organization community. So allow me also to offer thanks to fellow bank president, Dr. Kevin Kariuki, who's responsible for the bank's work in power, energy, climate, and green growth. So his leadership and efforts of his team have really helped ensure a civil society forum agenda that is focused, detailed, and solutions-oriented. Excellencies, honorable guests, dear participants. This year's Civil Society Forum is held under the theme, Engaging Civil Society for Climate Resilience and Just Energy Transition in Africa, which is aligned with the bank's agenda on climate change and energy transition. So this forum provides a very unique opportunity for civil society, the bank, African leaders, international institutions, and Africa's climate change champions and allies, as well as ambassadors, to meet. So over the next 2 days, we'll share views on the role of civil society in climate adaptation for resilient growth across the continent, and we'll discuss key challenges and also opportunities to engage civil society to produce sustainable, collaborative solutions on this very, very pressing issue. So this is not just for today, but for future generations and for the future just transition for Africa. So at the African Development Bank, we believe that civil society organizations are really the linchpin between the bank's work and the communities that we serve. The bank works with governments of regional member countries. We work with public and private sector leaders, and also crucial to our engagement with civil society are civil society organizations who know communities and who represent their concerns and their ambitions. You provide unique insight and amplify voices on priorities for civil society members. Groups like the African Development Bank Civil Society Committee help hold us accountable for the implementation of bank's civil society engagement strategy. I want to offer my personal gratitude for your engagement, your ideas, your leadership, and really for the straight talk about how we can work together to improve the quality of life for the people of Africa. And so if I'm to give some straight talk today, I know that there are times when we come from differing perspectives. However, gatherings today and like tomorrow at the Civil Society Forum, provide an important platform for perspective to be heard, for issues to be discussed, and for solutions and actions to be pursued. Know this, the bank is committed to civil society engagement, period. Engagement is one of the most effective ways for inclusive economic growth and to ensure a rapid transition to green growth across the continent. We are in it together. So we're in it together to build climate resilience and bring about a just energy transition that enhances transparency and accountability. We're in it together to increase public awareness and inclusion for the development and implementation of bank-funded projects that positively impact communities. This year's Civil Society Forum has particular significance. So we're mindful that this 2022 gathering, these outcomes help solidify Africa's voice as we head to COP27. This is our opportunity to ensure community-level voices have an audience and civil society best practices are showcased and importantly replicated at a larger scale. So distinguished guests, participants, whether you're in the room today or you're online, I encourage you not to be passive observers seated in chairs. Raise your physical hand or raise your digital hand and really reach for the microphones to exchange ideas. Share your experiences on visual chats and your contributions, they really matter. Civil society matters and your active participation boosts our shared vision of inclusive growth and a gradual transition to green growth for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dan. You see, there's a purpose why we started with the Vice President, who actually under her docket, we have agriculture, and that's where we've got food production, so that we get started with something to do with food. Because once you get fed properly, you get energy, and that energy then powers you to do things, and you begin to grow. So next, we're going to have the Vice President in charge of power, energy, climate, and green growth, Dr. Kevin Kariuki.
Dr. Akiumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank, representatives of governments of Egypt, Korea, and Japan, and Cote d'Ivoire, board members of ERB, of the bank group, representatives of the civil society, ladies and gentlemen. Today's forum is indeed timely, coming as the global community readies itself for the 27th Conference of Parties, otherwise called COP27, on climate change in Sharm el-Sheikh. It is exactly a month away. I'm therefore proud to report that the African Development Bank is working very closely with Egypt to make COP27, or African COP, as we fondly refer to it, a watershed moment for climate action at global level for Africa and for Egypt. Allow me, therefore, to share with you some insights on what we expect at COP27 as we embark on our CSO engagements this morning and tomorrow. First is the need to build on and generate momentum on the progress from COP26 in Glasgow. At COP26, decisions and commitments were made on various issues such as mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage, and climate finance. However, a lot more could have been done, and it is therefore important that there is demonstrable progress on the commitments that were made. This is important for purposes of engendering trust between the developed nations and developing countries on the importance of collaboration regarding the Paris Agreement goals, for example, the 100 billion pledge and doubling of adaptation finance relative to 2019 by 2025. We must also start to consider the post-2025 climate finance targets and particular attention to Africa's special circumstances and needs. This is why, in the effort to bridge the climate finance gap, in 2021, the African Development Bank allocated 41% of its investments as climate finance, of which 67% was adaptation finance against targets of 40% and 50% respectively. You will be pleased to note that the African Development Bank was the first multilateral development bank to meet and indeed exceed the 50-50 parity between adaptation and mitigation finance, a point that was acknowledged and praised by the UN Secretary General during the UN General Assembly in 2021. It is also for this reason that the bank committed to mobilizing $25 billion as climate finance by 2025. And last year, went ahead to join forces with the Global Center on Adaptation to mobilize $25 billion specifically for adaptation on the continent. This is also the reason that in its new climate change and green growth framework, the bank ambitiously seeks to increase Africa's access to global climate finance from the current 3% to 10%. Finally, in an effort to bridge the climate finance deficit, improve efficiency of access to climate finance, and make climate finance more affordable for the neediest countries in Africa is what inspired the bank to conceive the $13 billion climate action window that we are considering to establish in parallel with ADF 16 replenishment. The second item that I would want to highlight is that COP27 provides an excellent opportunity to profile adaptation as a key global and continental priority. To date, global attention is heavily skewed in favor of mitigation, as a result of which, today, mitigation receives more than 90% of global climate finance, leaving adaptation grossly underfinanced or underfunded. At the same time, and although the continent is only a minute contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, accounting for only 3% of historical greenhouse gas emissions, the latest IPCC report indicates that Africa is warming faster than the global average. We also understand that Africa's climate change is locked in for the next 20 years. We will therefore become increasingly susceptible to extreme weather events such as heavy and erratic rainfall, droughts, coastal flooding, cyclones, etc., leaving millions of our people without food, shelter, adequate nutrition, and reliable source of livelihood. This means that adaptation and resilience building to climate change are compelling imperatives. Therefore, deliberate and tailored support for Africa is needed, and a stronger engagement with all stakeholders, including the civil society organizations, is a must. Hence, in 2021, the African Development Bank and the Global Center on Adaptation established the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program to mobilize $25 billion for adaptation action on the continent, to which the bank will contribute half of the amount. It is also for this reason that under the proposed climate action window for ADF countries, 60% of the resources will be dedicated to adaptation. Moreover, to make the financing more impactful and growth enhancing, we propose that adaptation action under the climate action window would be largely financed by very concessionary debt or grants. That is the need for a just energy transition for Africa. This is also a very important topic, but needs to be properly contextualized. Fancy this. Despite being home to 20% of the global population, Africa only accounts for 6% of global energy demand and just over 3% of electricity demand. As a result, 600 million people lack access to electricity, while 1 billion people do not have access to clean cooking, and we lose 600,000 lives every year, largely women and children, due to indoor pollution. Africa also has the lowest per capita energy consumption globally. To address this evident energy poverty, Africa needs to at least double its energy demand between 2020 and 2040 to meet its development aspirations, including access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. To achieve these development aspirations within the confines of the Paris Agreement, Africa must therefore, firstly, harness its abundant renewable energy potential, which includes more than 10,000 gigawatts of solar potential, of which less than 1% has been harnessed to date. We also have 350 gigawatts of hydroelectric potential, 110 gigawatts of wind potential, and 15 gigawatts of geothermal potential. The African Development Bank will be pivotal to this. Already, the bank's proportion of renewables in its energy investments has grown to over 85% since 2016, when we started a new deal on energy for Africa. Secondly, we must use the vast renewable energy for production of cost-effective green hydrogen for power production, to replace oil and gas in power generation and as feedstock for hard-to-decarbonize sectors like steel, chemicals, long-haul transport, shipping, and aviation. Thus, the bank is considering very actively participating in the development of the world's largest green hydrogen plant in Egypt, and only last week hosted the Africa Green Hydrogen Forum in this very room. Thirdly, we must significantly increase intra- and interregional interconnection of power grids. This is why the bank is proud to play a leading role in the development of Africa's Continental Power Master Plan, whose objective is to establish a viable power interconnection that supports the proposed Africa single electricity market. On fuels, we stopped investing in coal projects more than 10 years ago and formalized this position late last year, when we also committed to assisting member countries whose economies are coal dependent to prepare just energy transition plans. But in line with the Paris Agreement, the bank will strategically support Africa's natural gas sector to facilitate the transition to clean energy and promote climate adaptation and climate resilience. This is because what people don't say often is that gas is a true enabler for increased integration of renewables in the energy mix, as its flexible generation readily compensates for loss of solar and wind generation in the case of sudden weather changes. And moreover, who would begrudge little Gabon if it exploited its gas for economic development while continuing to absorb more than a third of France's annual greenhouse gas emissions? Secondly, would it not be beneficial for Tanzania to use its natural gas to increase its population's access to clean cooking from the current 2 to 4.5%, while reducing emissions from the use of biomass or charcoal and reducing deforestation, not to mention the saved lives? Yet, this is how China and Indonesia have managed to increase their access to clean cooking to almost 80%. And thirdly, and why can't South Africa use its new gas finds or imports from Mozambique to safeguard its security of supply by converting its newer coal plants to run on gas, reducing emissions by about 40%, while pending the development of cost-effective green hydrogen? And I say this because apart from nuclear power, which has very long lead times to commissioning, there is simply no other viable technology that can guarantee South Africa's security of supply in the medium term. Today, some European countries are even mothballing their coal plants to guarantee security of supply, while the likes of the US and UK have reduced their emissions on account of switching from coal to gas power generation. This is the context that must be borne in mind whilst considering the African Development Bank's investment in gas. Fourth, civil society organizations will have a critical role to play. The bank's engagement with civil society has never been more important than in the context of climate change, exacerbated by the impacts of COVID-19. We are committed to a people-centered development agenda, of which increased engagement with civil society is key as we seek to build adaptive capacity for resilient growth post-COVID-19. COP27 therefore presents a great opportunity to center Africa's needs and aspirations on its people. Hence, the urgency to foster enhanced stakeholder dialogue to amplify Africa's positions. The bank is committed to engaging in permanent and constructive dialogue with all Africa climate change stakeholders, including the civil society, to deliver tangible results and ensure a successful COP27 for Egypt, for Africa, and for the global society. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Kariuki. Dr. Kariuki a envoyé un message important au monde pour accorder plus d'attention et de ressources de l'adaptation climatique. Mesdames et messieurs, c'est le tour d'unité, le président de l'Organisation des agricultures, Monsieur Koliang Palabele. Bienvenue.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Avant tout propos, permettez-moi de rendre hommage aux autorités de la Côte d'Ivoire pour leur facilité que nous avons constatée à l'entrée à l'aéroport. Et nous avons été accueillis très chaleureusement par les Ivoiriens d'une manière générale. À ce titre, je pense que vraiment la Côte d'Ivoire est un pays d'hospitalité légendaire.
Your Excellency, the President of the African Development Bank Group, the Minister of the Environment and Human Development of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Egypt, the Vice President for Agriculture, Human and Social Development, the Vice President for Energy, Electricity and Green Growth, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am singularly pleased to speak on behalf of the Pan-African Organization of Farmers at this dialogue between the African Development Bank and civil society organizations of Africa to welcome each and every participant. Allow me to commend the African Development Bank for establishing since 2009 this a dialogue with the civil society to be more impactful and to ensure that its responses or interventions have an impact on the lives of the people of Africa. The PAFO is the voice of about 80 million African farmers gathered around about 70 national organizations, unions, federations, associations, cooperatives, operating in more than 45 African countries and, split in 5 regional networks to promote African agriculture. Its core mandate is to represent the interest of African farmers and to promote the development of Africa's agriculture to navigate multiple challenges, not least of which the challenge related to climate change. So the theme of this dialogue that seeks to provide a framework of structured dialogue between the bank and civil society organizations ahead of the COP27, and also to, represent the baseline practices of the agricultural sector, and it's part and parcel of our mandate to undertake advocacy, to improve the lives of the people of Africa. It is urgent. We have to act and respond promptly to the shocks engendered by climate change and which grips the African population. The members of the civil society cannot only be advocates or service providers, but especially we are drivers, the catalysts of change. We influence policy. We are project incubators and experts and partners in the implementation of projects. Aware of our role, our multiform role, we participate in the social and economic transformation of Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to recall that African food systems are marked by production and trade of foodstuff that are increasingly regulated by public and private requirements that have the strictest standards of safety and nutrition. And these open a window of opportunity for farmers to, engage in modern value chains if they are supported to meet those high quality standards. So let me avail myself of this opportunity to advocate our governments, international organizations, and civil society organizations, and to thank them for their support to the small farmers who are the first to comply with those standards with a view to overcome the challenges by way of facilitating and establishing stronger links between the various links of agricultural value chains. A study conducted by PAFO on the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on, food crop exports have demonstrated that the markets are risky and low in Africa, and the potential for farmers to increase their income and potential is impeded by the lack of funding and information on agricultural production technologies that are efficient and trade outlets. Financial institutions are duty-bound to design customized financial products that are tailored to the needs of the farmers with affordable interest rates. And I would like to call on heads of states and government of African countries to establish and implement the Malabo Declaration on growth and strengthening accelerated agricultural growth so as to ensure better subsistence agriculture and to invest in production, transformation, and marketing based on the priorities and needs of the farmers. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Malabo Declaration on Growth and Accelerated Transformation and Growth of Africa for Better Prosperity is a baseline and framework if heads of state and the African Union translate their commitments into concrete action. At the Malabo Conference, our heads of state and government committed to strengthen resilience and the means of subsistence and production systems in Africa faced with the various climate risks and uncertainties. They further undertook to mitigate or reduce the vulnerability of the communities by enhancing systems resilience and to ensure that by 2025 at least 30% of our farmers, breeders, and fisher people can resist climate and weather threats. And they have further committed to investing in capacity building and resilience by way of social security systems for rural farmers and rural communities and vulnerable ecosystems, and to mainstream climate change risk in our investments and policies. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe it is important to recall the commitments made in Malabo in 2014 that are most meaningful and relevant to boost economic growth in Africa with other development instruments like the African Development Bank. We should be privileged to use the facility, to combat, climate change and to promote clean energy for the sustainable development of Africa. The 10-year strategy of the bank spanning 2013-2022 is focused on inclusive growth and transition to green growth Accordingly, the bank is placing special emphasis on sustainability that is at the forefront of its work or mandate, as demonstrated by several projects that have been implemented in our various countries. And by placing the climate issue at top of its agenda of its annual meetings for 2022, the African Development Bank is actually supporting the African continent in these meetings, and also with support of, experts to support the negotiation process. And the bank has actually seen to it that the voice of Africa would be heard in the COP27 that will be hosted in Egypt. The COP27 will be yet another opportunity to determine the priority needs and to assess or review the issue of climate change. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, committing to action on climate change without compromising its position is Africa's position, and Africa loses 5 to 10% of its GDP to climate change. Reports and conferences have been an opportunity for Africa to make its voice heard, and this would be the case in Egypt through a strong civil society to ensure that the continent has what it takes to ensure more sustainable climate change and to ensure a just climate energy transition in Africa. Rather, the policy to achieve a just energy policy in Africa should be designed as an inclusive policy that leaves no one on the wayside, and the transition requires a specific focus of the implications relating to equity and challenges regarding the poor energy supply, the energy needs that are critical to the growth and economic development of Africa. Climate justice requires or suggests that Africa should receive 10 times the global climate financing that it has received over the last few years, while wishing a very productive meeting. I would like to restate my acknowledgement and gratitude to the President of the African Development Bank Group, the representatives of government, members of the diplomatic corps, and the international organizations for a most productive collaboration. Thank you for your kind attention.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Palebele, le président de l'Organisation des agricultures panafricaines, pour votre message avec poids très important sur le travail de société civile. Merci beaucoup. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to head to Sharm el-Sheikh for the COP27, or simply put, the African COP. We are privileged to have the Egyptian ambassador to Côte d'Ivoire, Mr. Wael Badawi. Welcome.
President Adesina, President Akinwumi Adesina, Ambassador Lee of South Korea, Vice President Danford, Vice President Kariuki, Mr. Palbele, dear participants to this year's African Development Bank Civil Society Forum. It gives me great pleasure to participate in this distinguished forum in light of the excellent cooperation Egypt has with the African Development Bank in many areas, including in the preparations for the COP27 and the bank's participation as a strategic partner in the Aswan Forum for Peace and Sustainable Development, whose latest edition in June 2022 discussed the issue of adaptation and peace building. Today's African Development Bank and Civil Society Forum comes in line with Egypt's vision to engage civil society organizations in the field of environment protection, climate change, and sustainable development. The four thematic issues that are on the agenda are of great importance, especially because of the contribution and the potential contribution of civil society in these areas, with its innovative ideas and experience that can be widely shared with proper coordination. The roundtables during this forum will be an opportunity to engage many stakeholders in climate issues, to contribute in facing the world challenge that climate change has become, and that requires that our efforts complement in order to protect our future and that of future generations. I also want to highlight the importance of food systems in Africa as one of the most important issues related to climate change and one of the pillars of food and national security, especially in Africa in light of the current world crisis. The recommendations of this forum will certainly be an additional asset in the preparation to the COP27 and the Summit of World Leaders that will take place in Sharm el-Sheikh on November 7th and 8th, 2022. Egypt will note that the outcome of COP27 addresses the social and economic dimensions leading to a break climate action and resilience. We need to move from promises and declarations to implementation. In this vein, Egypt has launched many initiatives that further promote the thematic issues that will be discussed in the forum. These initiatives will be launched during the COP27, and I'll mention them very briefly here. The first one is sustainable agricultural and food systems, sustainable cities, sustainable transport, access to energy in Africa, action on water adaptation and resilience, recycling 50% of waste by 2050, decent life in Africa, security and stability in Africa. These are initiatives. Furthermore, Egypt is organizing thematic days on the margin of COP27 as panel discussions in which we seek a balanced participation from states, private sector, and civil society, mostly from civil society organizations mostly, to tackle issues such as finance, new and renewable energies, water, adaptation and agriculture, biodiversity, science and scientific research, solutions, decarbonization, civil society, women, and youth. Egypt has also sought to promote the complementarity between the three Rio Conventions and thus organized a round of consultations in Egypt with the president of COP15 of the UN Convention on Desertification in September 22, and Egypt has also hosted the UN Conference on Biodiversity in May 2017, also in Sharm el-Sheikh. Before I close my remarks, I would like to stress that Egypt wants an inclusive COP27, Africa's COP, that celebrates the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the United Nations Framework Convention on the Climate Change, a COP that promotes solidarity to reach effective solutions to face climate change based on justice, common and yet differentiated responsibility. We look forward to receiving you all in Sharm el-Sheikh in November. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Badawi, for those comments and also for inviting us to Sharm el-Sheikh. We look forward to seeing you there. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for me to recognize the contribution of the Republic of Korea that's made it possible for us to hold this forum. So it's time now to invite the Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to Côte d'Ivoire, Your Excellency Lee Sang-yeol. Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of African Development Bank Group, Mr. Sidi Ibrahima Dagnogo, Director General for Environment and representing the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development of Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, His Excellency Mr. Wael Badawi, Ambassador of the Arab Republic of Egypt, Côte d'Ivoire, Mr. Koliang Palebel, the President of the Pan-African Federation of Farmers in Africa, members of the Board of Directors of African Development Bank. I want to especially recognize the champion and leaders of civil society organizations in Africa. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As the Korean ambassador to Abidjan, I would like to thank AFDB for inviting me to this important seminar today. I also want to express my gratitude to the whole CSO community, especially present here today, for the warm hospitality. I would like to note that AFDB's great effort through the bank's commitment are greatly contributing to the enhancement of CSO rule and accountability in the beautiful continent of Africa. Nonetheless, the journey ahead is not an easy one, and for this reason, our partnership between Korea, AFDB, CSOs would be vital. As a pivotal state in the world, Republic of Korea, which has learned so much experience and knowledge through miraculous economic development, has acquired real value of democracy through failure and success. For such a reason, Korea could be a best partner in the noble journey of the bank's engagement. In particular, Korea is currently tackling with the African challenge such as climate change and social and economic transformation, public health and food crisis in Africa through her powerful modern technology and wisdom. As you know very well, Korea is one of the strategic partners to AFDB through donating the COAPEX Trust Fund. So, as we are coming out of a long tunnel of COVID-19, is now considering the organization of the 7th COAPEC ministerial meeting for further futuristic cooperation with Africa. Actually, Korean government is putting its major efforts of aid in these areas of agriculture, energy, public health, basic social infra, etc. In response to the need of Africa and in line with the bank's high 5S, I want to introduce one example. In order to support self-help of African women and to finance for those women Our embassy here in Abidjan has invested $60 million since 2012 for prevention and treatment project of obstetric fistula for women with coica. And we are at the end of the third period of this grand project in next year. On the other hand, in the area of energy, the Korean government is ready to participate in a members' energy project to solve the chronic power shortage problem in Africa. Returning to our main theme, how to properly engage civil society in dealing with global African challenges and drawing best practice and result from there. First of all, our aggregate support should be focused on strengthening institutional capacity under the African real situation where a lot of financial resources and experience are needed now. So I would like to encourage here a public-private people partnership governance to get some better idea to improve our solution-oriented capacity and to mobilize our maximum investment facing to a diverse global urgent challenge. In this regard, Korea is ready as tense global economy and one of the advocates of democracy in the world to support our friends, Africa. The Republic of Korea is on the road with you and will go forward together hand in hand. I repeat once again that the Korean government remains committed to contributing to Africa's sustainable development and growth, in close cooperation with the AFDB and the international community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of the Republic of Korea, Cote d'Ivoire, Lee Sang-yul, for these very important comments. And you've said Korea is working hand in hand with Africa and moving towards sustainable development. Thank you so much for your comments. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure to invite the Director General for Environment and Sustainable Development for Cote d'Ivoire, Mr. Sidi Brahima Denyogo. He's representing the Minister, Jean-Luc Arsi. Bienvenue. Merci beaucoup.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, je tiens à vous présenter les excuses de Monsieur le ministre de l'Environnement et du Développement durable, Jean-Luc Arsi, empêché, qui aurait voulu être présent ici ce jour avec vous. Aussi m'a-t-il fait l'honneur de le représenter pour vous donner lecture du message suivant. Excellence.
Your Excellencies, Your Excellency Adeshina, President of the African Development Bank Group, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Egypt to Cote d'Ivoire, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Korea to Cote d'Ivoire, Dr. Beth Dunford, Vice President, Agriculture and Human and Social Development Complex, Dr. Karuiki, Vice President, Energy, Climate and Green Growth Complex of the African Development Bank, Mr. Kiang Palebe, President of the Pan-African Farmers Organization. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol respected, distinguished representatives of our countries and their participants. As I start my statement, let me warmly greet you and thank you for having invited my ministry to this important activity taking place ahead of the participation of our country at the 27th Conference of Parties, COP27, under the UN Framework Agreement on UN Convention on Climate Change that will take place in the Arab Republic of Egypt in Sharm el-Sheikh from the 7th to the 8th of November 2022. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, growing awareness of the negative impact of climate change led, as you know, to the putting in place of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. The reality of climate change is evident given its baneful impact across the world in the form of catastrophes like drought, floods, melting icebergs, and so on. And the African continent is not spared. It is hard hit differently in the various parts of the continent. Our country, Côte d'Ivoire, is not spared. It is fully facing the impact of climate change on its environment through coastal erosion of rising waters, on its economy through agriculture, witnessing scarce or erratic rainfall, and all of this has significant socio-economic repercussions. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our country has come here with a new climate ambition reached after reviewing our nationally determined contributions with the support of several partners, including the African Development Bank. As a reminder, I should say that at the end of the review of these NDCs, Côte d'Ivoire undertook to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions by 30.41% by 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, to guarantee the attainment of the respect of these commitments, it is important to bring all stakeholders on board, including civil society organizations. This forum, which is entitled Engaging Civil Society for Climate Resilience and Just Energy Transition in Africa, is an opportunity to discuss adaptation to climate change and the development of clean energy or renewable energies. As you know, the issue of adaptation and mainstreaming renewable energies in the energy mix are major challenges for African countries in general and Côte d'Ivoire in particular. I dare hope that this Civil Society Forum 2022 will offer the bank and the civil society organizations the opportunity for a structured dialogue and efficient participation at the COP27. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to thank all the technical and financial partners of Côte d'Ivoire in its efforts to tackle the negative effects of climate change. I also want to take this opportunity to particularly thank the African Development Bank for its numerous efforts in this connection. Ladies and gentlemen, as I come to the end of my speech, let me once again reiterate our sincere thanks to you all participants, to you all our partners, for your interest in our country. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sidi Brahima Danyogu.
The Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development for Côte d'Ivoire. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now reaching the climax of the morning session, and let me just explain how this is going to play out. The first thing we are going to do is we are going to watch a video showcasing the work of civil societies together with the bank. And then after that, we'll have opening remarks from our chief guest, and then soon after that, there'll be a slight break because we'll be having a sizzling conversation right here on stage. And I want you to make sure that you're comfortable, eyes glued here. You don't want to miss that. So first of all, let us play the video. Thank you.
Mediators, a voice for the voiceless. Touching the hearts of humanity, civil society organizations or CSOs are key in seeing that Africa and the globe advance while mitigating those impacts that threaten progress. In Uganda, life for 25-year-old lawyer Dunia has completely changed following her business skills training with a local CSO, one that has turned her into a local success story, a profitable businesswoman, and an example to youth in her community.
Ba group asiki like ba youths azinga ba amvera kuragi mani muzenezo mafeini omi.
Civil society organizations are increasingly becoming relevant across all of Africa, supporting the continent in contributing towards national and global development goals. By building strategic alliances with CSOs, the African Development Bank Group is optimizing the delivery of its programs by partnering with civil society organizations as an interface between governments and local communities. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, civil society is helping transition local trade to booming business. The African Development Bank Group has partnered with the National Federation of Enterprises to increase the employability of women and to further push budding women-led businesses. Women are trained as coaches and company managers, thus improving their livelihoods and performance.
Quand j'ai pu professionnaliser, et j'ai changé de stratégie parce que le coût de la ressource humaine me coûtait trop et puis je n'avance pas. Avec la formation, j'ai pu comprendre, calculer.
Since 2015, Masamba has grown from working by herself to a complex business structure, today employing 20 people under various contractual models. Enrolling in a civil society entrepreneurship program run by the National Commission of Women Entrepreneurs and supported by the bank was key to her success. Across a few borders, some 420 kilometers southeast of Zimbabwe's capital Harare, at a Tongorara refugee camp, World Vision provides over 15,000 refugees and 8,000 community members with improved livelihoods, water, education, health, sanitation, and hygiene. In partnership with the United Nations Refugee Agency and the Zimbabwean government, refugees like Alexis are learning agricultural practices despite their limited access to good soil. Here, the bank has financed an irrigation scheme, solar lighting, and piped water, which also serves 2 nearby schools and a health clinic.
Chichete singakwanisa kufunga kuti tinokwanisa kudya mbeu mumvura pasina soil. Saka chinhu choti zviri kutiwedzera knowledge nekuziva.
Work and daily life significantly improved once World Vision installed a solar-powered water system that serves the entire refugee camp and covers expanded agricultural fields.
Okay. Refugees have in camp through the different interventions have managed to overcome poverty. And poverty alleviation is one key intervention that we always look at fighting.
In Ghana, civil society's call for more accountability in the energy sector has sparked improvements to national electricity tariff regulations. As a result, 17 civil society organizations have been trained to become active stakeholders in the implementation processes of the Electricity Regulation Index. Allowing space for civil engagement in electricity tariff regulation paves the way for Ghana's population to have more equitable and understood power costs.
With access to information, citizens can question. Citizens would know, what is happening. Why, for example, if a tariff has to be adjusted, they can transparently see the processes that were involved in arriving at new tariffs.
The Public Utilities Regulatory Commission, an active civil society body in Ghana, warmly welcomes this multilateral approach. In rural Uganda, the African Development Bank Group channeled funding through civil society partners, focused on renewable energy, upgrading livelihoods, and boosting economic resilience for women and youth. Gloria Dunia is one of these women. She has been trained to market and sell coal-efficient stoves which preserve heat longer.
Amani dozu bupa mavere dozu avisidien amani ni. So visina amani juzu malera.
Through the African Climate Change Fund, the bank finances training programs and works closely with Association de Volontaires pour le Service International, known as AVSI Foundation, to run its operations. For Esther, business skills training, marketing, and client relations made all the difference for her monthly income.
Shiamani angunazure azini amonito chapi.
Engaging with civil society allows the African Development Bank Group to be much closer to the ground and to better target its programs and financing operations. In meaningful and impactful ways, civil society is helping improve the quality of life across all Africa.
Thank you. Thank you. It speaks for itself. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, from the moment he took office as the president of the African Development Bank Group, Dr. Deshina was clear and emphatic about the significant role of civil society organizations as key partners in the development of Africa. So without much ado, it's time to welcome our chief guest, the president of the African Development Bank Group, Dr. Kiwumi Adeshina, give us the official opening speech. Welcome, Mr. President.
Good morning, everybody. Bonjour à tous. Aujourd'hui, je suis vraiment très content parce que
I am really happy today because I have my director of communication who started his speech in French. I know that this is a period of climate change, and this could also be affecting our language.
Please keep it up. Your Excellencies, ambassadors, Your Excellency Lee Sang-ryul, the ambassador of the Republic of Korea, and thank you very much for co-hosting this and co-financing it with us. Your Excellency Dr. Wael Badawi, the ambassador of the Arab Republic of Egypt, thank you very much for your speech, but also for the welcome that you're giving us ahead of COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. I was talking to him before we started that I love Sharm el-Sheikh because in Sharm el-Sheikh was where we got a lot of momentum when we were trying to raise the capital of the bank, the general capital of the bank, from to $208 billion from 94 or so billion dollars. And I wanted to thank you because Sharm el-Sheikh provided us the environment to think. It was also very beautiful. So as you all look towards Sharm el-Sheikh, be sure that you enjoy the environment there. And I did tell him one other thing. When we were doing the general capital increase of the bank, all the financiers of the bank that came, the governor of the Central Bank of Egypt said, Sharm el-Sheikh is so beautiful, they should go into the sea and do the snorkeling inside of the water. But as a very smart banker, I said, no, they can do that, but they should please put the check on the table before going, because just in case anything happens. But everybody came back alive, so it's good. Honorable Minister for Environment and Sustainable Development of Côte d'Ivoire, represented by Mr. Sidi Dango, the Director General of Environment of the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development, Côte d'Ivoire. I see my executive directors, some of them that are here, of the African Development Bank. Thank you for coming. Senior management and staff of the bank, in particular, Dr. Beth Dunford, the Vice President for Agriculture, Human and Social Development of the bank, Dr. Kevin Kariki, the Vice President for, he has a very long title actually, Power, Energy, Climate, and Green Growth. Let me also give a special welcome and recognition to the Director of Gender, Women, and Civil Society Department, Malabo Kaba. Please stand. And if you take your mask off so they know who I'm talking about. Elle vient de prendre sa responsabilité en tant que directrice pour ce département. Mais avant de venir ici, vous étiez le ministre de la Finance pour la République de Guinée. Comme vous le savez, donc, c'est le travail, donc applaudis pour elle. Hein, donc, j'espère que vous allez bouger pour les choses, pour le financement des femmes, n'est-ce pas? Très bien. Let me also thank Maria Mulindi, Director of Special Duties in the Office of the President, who has also helped in organizing this. Leaders and members of civil society organizations, c'est le bienvenu à M. Kalianga Palbeling, le président pour les groupes de paysans, organisations paysans panafricaines. Comme vous le savez, comme moi, je viens de ce secteur. Donc, c'est le bienvenu plusieurs fois. Thank you for all that you do with us on the African Development Bank Civil Society Committee. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. I am delighted to welcome you to the 2022 Civil Society Forum. I would like to start by thanking the government of Côte d'Ivoire for its generous hospitality in receiving several of the delegates that have come for this event. The theme of the 2022 Civil Society Forum, Engaging Civil Society for Climate Resilience and Just Energy Transition, is very timely. I wish to thank the government of the Republic of Korea for co-financing this forum through the Korea-Africa Economic Cooperation, COAFEC. They are friends of Africa. Climate change is devastating the economies of Africa. At the second ministerial on COP27, the recently held United Nations General Assembly in New York, I made it clear that Africa is suffering, Africa is choking, and Africa is in economic distress from the impact of climate change that it did not cause. Africa loses between $7 to $15 billion annually due to the nefarious effect of climate change, an amount that is projected to rise to $50 billion a year by 2030. African countries will need on average $125 billion a year between 2020 and 2030 to adapt to climate change. The African Development Bank is leading the charge on climate financing for Africa. Together with the Global Center on Adaptation, we launched the African Adaptation Acceleration Program to mobilize $25 billion for Africa. We are addressing the needs also of 37 low-income countries and fragile states in Africa that depend on the resources of the African Development Fund, but we do not get access to climate financing. In fact, these 37 countries face a climate financing need of $600 billion up to 2030. Today, they get roughly about $18 billion. You make the math, you can see they are choking and they are suffering. And that is why the African Development Fund, we are in the replenishment period of the 16th replenishment of this fund, is opening a climate action window for ADF 16 replenishment to mobilize $13 billion in resources for climate finance for these countries. Dear friends, the climate action window of the African Development Fund will support things at scale. I always say when it comes to Africa, I don't like anything small because we've got 1.3 billion people. We don't need Mickey Mouse projects. We need things that work at scale for our people. And that's why this fund, and with the support of the ADF deputies, we are in discussion about what it will do, because that's a question you should ask, what will it do? Let me tell you what it will do. It will support 20 million farmers to get access to climate-resilient agricultural technologies. And let me say, Mr. Pelepele, that ce sont les paysans, hein? Les petits paysans, les femmes, les jeunes. These are the people that matter. They face climate change every single day. This fund will also support 20 million farmers who have access to weather index insurance. And not only farmers, but also pastoralists, because we have a lot of conflicts today between farmers and pastoralists. They'll have access to also climate weather index insurance. We will revamp 1 million hectares of degraded land. We'll provide water for 18 million people, drinking water. We will provide 840 million cubic meters of water storage, because water is life, and the greatest challenge with climate change is going to be on water. But we will need you, the civil society organizations, to strongly advocate for and support the ADF 16 replenishment. It holds the great promise for supporting the most vulnerable in the face of climate change devastations. The video that you have just watched summarizes the African Development Bank's continued commitment to working with you, the civil society, and I'm delighted that you are all here. The African Development Bank is strongly convinced that engaging with civil society is critical for inclusive and sustainable development that truly improves lives of people. That is why, right at the start of my first term as president of the bank in 2015, I established its civil society, community engagement, and social innovation vision within our Gender, Women, and Civil Society department. I know when you say civil society, you always say société civile. But do you really know what civil society should be called? Huh? I think it should be called carefully surveying obligations. Carefully surveying obligations, which means that you are to shed light on things, because every institution must be transparent, must be inclusive, and must be accountable to the people that it serves. And so, if you allow me, you may start calling yourself carefully surveying obligations. And that's why I committed to a number of 6 unshakable commitments during the 2020 Civil Society Forum as follows. I see civil society as partners, and I'm very serious about that at the African Development Bank. The 6 commitments that I made as follows: to strengthen the institutional capacity of civil society organizations, to support the work of civil society organizations' advocacy, because we need that, to strengthen community-level engagements, projects, and you saw that in the video, to support civil society organizations to help accelerate access to finance for women, to strengthen social and environmental safeguards, and to strengthen engagement with civil society organizations on anti-corruption and governance. I committed to this because I know that the ambitious goals that we have set for ourselves to achieve for Africa can only be achieved by putting people at the center of what we do. I'll give you a little bit of what that means for me as president of the bank. In 2015, when I just came, it was my first board meeting. I was still trying to understand how they ran the board at the bank, different from other boards that I sat on. And I remember I got a docket item that was provided for me. I cannot forget the project. It was 2015 September, but it was a project in Sudan. It was in a place they call the Zone of Thirst, Zone de la Soif. And I looked at the project right in front of me. It said that 50% of the population, of the girls are dropping out of school because they walk 5 to 10 kilometers to go get water. 50% of the household income was spent on water. And 85% of the conflicts in this area was because of lack of water. So I looked at the project, and it was a nice project. But then I flipped to the back of it, and I saw it was going to take about 3 years plus for the project to be concluded. And so I said, you know, Edie met you here, so you knew Edie, so you knew. So I said, no, I can't accept this. And I remember, because I said, because at the end of it, if it's 3 years, all the girls will be out of school. And then we are going to come back and give you another project, how to get the girls back into school. I said, no, I can't accept that. And I remember one of the executive directors gently came to me and said, Monsieur le Président, vous savez que la façon qu'on gère les choses, c'est que bon, nous on fait l'approbation et vous dites merci. And I said, bon, je vais dire merci à la fin, mais quand même, il faut qu'on accélère les choses. And so we were able to get a consensus to actually fast-track that much earlier than had been anticipated. What am I saying? And I then said at that time to all the staff of the bank and to board, I said, the people that we serve may be far away. They may be in the villages and the communities that we don't see. But we must carry their issues. We must carry it inside of our boardroom. We must train our ears in such a way that we must hear their voices, feel their pain and sense of urgency, and act with speed. That is why I mean that we must put people's need central into what we do, and therefore we must be accountable to them. Therefore, I believe strongly that development must be fast-tracked. It cannot be slow, because the people that we serve are longing to come out of poverty. And therefore, that's our mission, working with communities, the youth, the women, the private sector. The non-state actors, such as civil society, is an integral part of how we reach people and how we are accountable to the people. And I like to say that the African Development Bank is an African Development Bank. The most important part of that for me is not the bank. The bank's important, of course. The most important part is the development part. How do we use it to advance development? Ladies and gentlemen, the African Development Bank is unique. We do not just lend to Africa, we know Africa. We are based in Africa. We are passionate about Africa. We are committed to Africa. And we are the only multilateral financial institution in the world with a mandate for Africa. We are Africa's solutions bank. 7 years ago, I laid out our vision as a bank to accelerate the development of Africa, the high fives, to light up and empower Africa, to feed Africa, to industrialize Africa, to integrate Africa, and to improve the quality of life of the people of Africa. Within 5 years, these high fives have impacted the lives of 335 million people. The Senegambia Bridge today links Senegal and Gambia for the first time, facilitating movement and trade. The Kasumgula Bridge connects Namibia with Botswana and Zambia and has reduced travel time from 14 days to just 1 hour. The Addis Ababa to Nairobi Transport Corridor, a $1 billion investment by the bank, will soon be completed. It will expand trade in the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, but it also will expand trade between Ethiopia and Kenya by 400%. The $20 billion desert-to-power project in the Sahel will provide electricity for 250 million people and turn the Sahel zone to become the largest solar zone in the world. Even as we are proud of the progress we've made and the progress being made, we realize that the challenges facing Africa and its people remain immense. But we are not deterred by challenges. Our task and responsibility are to take them on and to make sure that the needs of Africa are prioritized as the world copes with multiple challenges. To support Africa during the COVID-19 pandemic, the bank launched a COVID-19 crisis response facility of up to $10 billion. We also launched a $3 billion Fight COVID-19 social bond on the global capital markets. I must say, that was at the time, even today, the largest social bond ever launched in world history. Our support provided countries with resources to meet immediate needs for medical supplies, vaccines, as well as social protection for over 28 million people. Dear friends, to cushion Africa from the effects of the Russia-Ukraine war, the bank launched a $1.5 billion emergency food production facility. The facility will support 20 million farmers with access to improved seeds and fertilizers to produce 38 million metric tons of food, worth $12 billion. I am confident that we will avoid a food crisis in Africa. With thanks to our board of directors, within 45 days of the launch of this facility, and thanks to the hard work of my staff, the bank had approved $1.13 billion in support of 24 countries. That is who we are, a very responsive bank. I am pleased to note that civil society organizations were included by the bank in our support to the countries. The CSOs were engaged in consultations on program-based operations and their contributions on enhancing accountability and inclusive governance. For example, in Namibia, Kenya, and Botswana. The CSOs were included in the Zimbabwe Institutional Support for Governance and Public Financial Management project, where we went even further. We insisted the inclusion of a specific line dedicated to the Parliament of Zimbabwe to have direct engagement with key civil society organizations on budget allocation, accountability on public spending, debt contracting, and inclusive governance and growth. We carefully assess our engagements with you, the civil society, learning from our work and experiences and ever seeking to improve. In 2020, the Independent Development Evaluation Unit of the bank completed an evaluation of the bank's civil society engagements over the period 2012 to 2019. The evaluation reiterated the importance of the bank's engagement with civil society organizations in ensuring inclusive and participatory growth and development in Africa. Just tells you how seriously we take this, we discuss this with our board of directors. The evaluation recommended the need for enhanced work with and support of the civil society organizations to add value to the mandate of the bank and the need to engage them more in policy dialogue at country and regional levels. Here at the African Development Bank, our slogan is promises made, promises kept. Under my leadership as president, I asked the bank to make clear commitments to the civil society organizations to ensure full accountability. You all recall those that were here in 2020 before COVID-19 started, when we had a CSO forum on November 26th of 2020. I called for clear actions with outcomes that are measurable in the bank's engagement with civil society organizations. I want to see the civil society organizations on the platform sharing their views and how they're working with the bank and what we can do to further improve our engagement with civil society organizations. I am pleased that significant progress has been made across all the agreed areas. On strengthening the institutional capacity of civil society organizations, the bank provided grants to 3 civil society organizations. AVSI Foundation, with $782,802 for support to the green energy for youth and women in Uganda and Kenya. To ICEI, Instituto Cooperazione Economica Internazionale. I speak French, but I'm still trying with this one. With $596,283 to support climate-resilient agriculture in degraded marine and coastal Zambezia. And of course, to Zenab, Women Development in Sudan, with $304,066 to support building climate-resilient youth and women. To train and build civil society organizations' capacity on electricity regulatory issues, the bank supported the Africa Center for Energy Policy and West Africa Civil Society Institute to enhance the capacity of the civil society organizations on electricity regulatory issues. Now, to support the climate agenda for Africa ahead of COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, the bank has so far organized 5 civil society regional forums in 2021, and we have established an African Development Bank Civil Society Coalition on the road to COP27. You know, every time we have the COP, there's always the Africa Pavilion that is fully funded and established by the African Development Bank. And that is the home where all the African delegates actually are going to be. I would like to thank the government of Egypt for working with us and the vice president when he visited Egypt on our plan to actually set up this time a much bigger pavilion, because it's in Africa, so it's got to be a bigger one because most of the Africans are going to be there. But that's where we have to talk, reflect, engage, strategize, and make sure that Africa's issues remain on the global agenda. The bank has prioritized the inputs of civil society organizations in its work in a very significant way. Civil society organizations was integrated into development of 39 country strategy papers, including 12 since the beginning of this year, allowing civil society organizations to influence and shape the directions of our programs within countries. I am pleased that over 20 projects at the bank have had civil society participation in their development. And the bank has actively engaged with civil society organizations on strengthening compliance with the critical social and environmental safeguards on all bank finance projects. I thought you would clap for the bank for all of this. And also clap for yourself because you're working with us. Dear friends of Africa, you all can be proud of us as your partner on transparency. The African Development Bank was ranked this year as the most transparent institution in the world by Public Watch Fund for our work on public sector operations. The bank's new 2021-2025 governance strategy focuses specifically on civil society engagements to further improve transparency and accountability. Your work as civil society organizations will continue to be supported strongly and promoted by the African Development Bank. The bank is increasingly also showcasing the work of civil society organizations with the publication of what we call Voice of Citizens in Africa newsletter since 2019, which showcases the work of the bank with civil society. We have just completed a civil society video with a multimedia firm, which will further showcase the work of the civil society with the African Development Bank. Dear friends, partners for development in Africa, as we look towards COP27, the voices of civil society out of Africa should be on the need for developed countries to meet their $100 billion per year commitment to climate finance. Your voices should be loud in support of the African Development Fund, the ADF 16th replenishment. Your voices should be loud in support of the climate action window of the African Development Fund. Together, let us continue to advance Africa's needs. Be the vuvuzelas of Africa on climate change. That is our responsibility. That is our duty. That is our obligation to ensure that Africa's needs are not ignored. So let's march forward together to COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. With that in mind, with that in our sight, it gives me great pleasure, therefore, to declare open the 2022 Civil Society Forum. Thank you very much, and see you le bienvenue.
Another round of applause, please, for Mr. President. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup pour votre message puissant. C'est très puissant. Et également, merci beaucoup pour vos félicitations pour moi.
Congratulations, and I'll continue to improve because I feel home here. I feel at home right here in Côte d'Ivoire.
J'aime beaucoup.
And I love the work of the African Development Bank dearly, under the leadership of the President himself. Thank you very much.
Today, I'll continue to improve. Thank you so much for your support. So what you're going to do right now, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to clear the stage. We are now going in for a conversation. Just to transition that, a small video will play as we clear the stage for the conversation. Thank you so much. Mr. President will be talking to civil society representatives. We have Sumaya Zadem, from Tunisia, and we have got Salif Toriak Salfo, who is also here in Côte d'Ivoire. So let's play the video as we clear the stage. Thank you so much.
D'ici 2050, on entend tous dire que le monde devrait nourrir environ 1 milliard d'individus. Donc là, on doit trouver une solution.
Due to climate change, the African continent feels a growing pressure on the environment and on food security. How can we ensure the future? In Tunisia, drones give farmers wings.
Voilà, donc la solution, c'est de faire une transition d'une agriculture conventionnelle classique à une agriculture d'aujourd'hui, agriculture intelligente. On l'appelle aussi l'agriculture de précision, ou ce qu'on appelle le smart farming.
L'imagerie par drone, son avantage, c'est sa très haute résolution et précision par rapport à l'imagerie issue des satellites ou des campagnes aériennes. Le premier projet, on a eu une résolution qui a atteint le 0,8 cm, donc on parle d'ordre millimétrique, 8 mm. Ça, c'est très intéressant et comme qualité de données.
Tunisia and South Korea, with support of the African Development Bank, are pioneering in the fourth agricultural revolution. This by using high-tech solutions as AI to create food security and work more sustainable to protect the environment.
Il y aura une prise d'image du parcelle. Cette image-là, ce sera transmise vers un central de suivi d'irrigation, ou bien qui est totalement automatique, qui va prendre la décision de faire l'irrigation.
Et directement, vous réagissez pour faire des pondages intelligents focalisés sur des zones sur votre parcelle qui sont impactées, pas nécessairement d'y faire les pondages ou la pulvérisation de toute la zone. Donc ça, c'est un gain en coût en termes d'un environnement plus écologique et plus sain, et surtout relativement à l'augmentation des prix des pesticides et des insecticides.
The use of drones and AI have many advantages.
La première chose, c'est le gain, l'économie de l'eau, temps d'intervention, minimiser le temps d'intervention, augmenter le rendement. Quand on dit augmentation de rendement, donc c'est un état sanitaire de la culture.
L'objectif de ce projet-là, c'est de former les jeunes entrepreneurs en Tunisie et les start-upers pour maîtriser cette technologie innovante basée sur les capteurs embarqués sur drone et le traitement des données issues qui sont très intéressantes en termes du géospatial tridimensionnel.
J'ai pu proposer à l'administration de mon institut d'enseigner un nouveau module intitulé Agriculture de précision à nos élèves ingénieurs. Donc c'est très intéressant pour eux de leur transférer ces nouvelles technologies, l'utilité de ces technologies.
Aussi, à part l'agriculture, aussi on a fait un projet avec l'Institut des sciences maritimes. L'objectif, c'est de détecter les déchets sur le littoral et aussi pour avoir un plage écologique. Mon rêve, c'est d'avoir un centre d'excellence pour l'usage de drone, pour la Tunisie et pour tous les Africains. Centre de drone qui nécessite également un support de la Banque africaine et tous les bailleurs de fonds, évidemment, parce que c'est un centre à peu près qui va coûter 20 millions d'euros. Mais ce centre est très important, surtout pour l'agriculture et surtout pour la protection de l'environnement, ce sera peut-être un bijou pour l'Afrique et pour la Tunisie et pour tout le monde.
Cette technologie peut vraiment apporter de plusieurs avantages au continent africain aussi.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? Are we ready for the great discussion, the great conversation? Okay, let us settle down. Can I call people at the back to come and take their seats so there is less movement at the back? Javier, if you can help me to get people back and settle down, I'll appreciate. Okay, so I want us to put our hands together once again to welcome to the stage the President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Kiwumi Adesina. Please applause. Mr. President, you will take the middle chair because you're the one who is conducting the conversation. And let us welcome the panelists here. You're going to be interviewed by Mr. President. How does it feel? Okay, let's get Sumaya Zadem onto stage, please. And Salim Traore. Yes, come and take this one here. Okay, so I will hand over the microphone to Mr. President. And for the next 20 to 25 minutes, we'll be enjoying this conversation. Mr. President, over to you.
Thank you very much. Le micro, ça marche? Oui, ça marche. Bon, je suis entouré par deux personnalités très importantes qui sont aussi francophones. Donc, je suis obligé de faire la transition linguistique de l'anglais jusqu'au français. On ne m'avait pas dit ça avant, mais je suis totalement à l'aise. Vous savez que normalement, quand vous faites transmission énergétique, vous devez être sur le réseau ou bien hors de réseau. Mais il faut toujours être sur le réseau. Monsieur le bienvenu. Bon, je fais l'introduction d'abord de Salif Traoré. On m'a dit que vous s'appelez Al-Salfo.
Exactement.
Mais qu'est-ce que ça veut dire, Al-Salfo?
Al-Salfo, c'est le diminutif de mon nom, Salif.
Ah bon?
Voilà, c'est comme ça que ma maman m'appelait, c'est mon petit nom.
Ah bon?
Voilà.
On m'avait dit que vous êtes artiste aussi.
Oui.
Mais quel type?
Artiste, musicien, chanteur.
Ah bon?
En dehors de ça, je suis aussi entrepreneur.
Vous chantez quelque chose pour nous?
Mais c'est dommage.
Bon, je pense qu'à la fin de cette tribune,
I hope that at the end of this conversation, we will dance a bit from your tune, if things are set up well. He is also the chair of the Magic System Foundation and a UNESCO and UNHCR ambassador. Thank you very much. Can we give him a round of applause? We have Madame Sumaya Sadem. You're from my country. I'm told you come from Tunisia. You know that's our country. The bank was there for 11 years. Thank you for the very warm hospitality we enjoyed there. Madame is the co-partner
Africa Youth Advisory Board on Disaster Risk Reduction of Africa. Applaudis pour Madame.
Can we give her a round of applause, please? Ladies and gentlemen, as I have told you in my speech, CSOs, what did I say again? What did I say CSO stands for?
Surveying obligation. On fait la surveillance.
Carefully surveying obligations. So we're going to have some discussions on that here. Let me start with you, Madam. Why you work with CSOs? What led you to start working with CSOs? I started in 2011 working with civil society because of the interest I have in my community and the youth on the ground. We have lots of challenges, we have lots of problems, the environment, climate change, problems that need to be resolved, and I know that civil society plays a key role in terms of translating the language of the community for governments and other stakeholders. Very good. So civil society is the messenger or the voice of the community to the authorities, so there is responsibility and commitment. And Mr. Singer, for me, when you do music, you communicate, you convey emotions, you convey messages, and I think music could be a good channel to be even closer to civil society and play the role of a transmission channel between what civil society wants and the authorities that be. So I try to translate what I say in my songs into action. I come from the lower classes of society, and I try to speak about the problems of that society. And my group and I decided to put in place a foundation to have a framework, a legal framework for our activities, how we can be at the service of our population with our talent. One of the challenges facing Africa is climate. That is what we are here to discuss. I have just come from a mission in Cabo Verde. When I went to Cabo Verde, I realized, I was told that they have no rains for a very long time, and the rain fell the day I got there after 5 years of no rains. And the Prime Minister told me, Mr. President, you need to plan your visits here so that we can have rain more regularly. The situation is quite terrible there. From there I went to Mauritania. When I got to Mauritania, you have this vast expanse of land where people cannot live because of lack of water. So we really need to have a strong voice. What do you think? What do you want to amplify the voice and the challenges that this population is facing, because they are suffering, but their voices are not heard on the global stage? What is your commitment in this connection? I should first of all say that it is important to commit locally, continentally, and globally. At my level, for example, I was engaged through, they implemented a project to help, we helped 25 young people to present their sustainable projects against climate change. And through the African Union, since I am also engaged with the African Union through the Advisory Council for Disaster Risk Mitigation at the continental level, we are the voice of the youth. So we try to work with all organizations and associations in order to implement the framework, ensure resilience on the continent. I was also a co-partner of the Youth Consortium, which is a platform engaging with several associations and organizations on the continent to improve or to build the capacity of the youth. This is very important because if we have to go to the COP, or you can take part in any, if we need to influence any policy, we need to strengthen the capacity of the youth to communicate, to convey the messages from the villages, from the communities, from the youth, from the women. We need to empower women because today we don't have women negotiators on the ground. We need to have a plan to improve the capacity of women either locally, continentally, or locally. Does ADB agree that we need to strengthen the capacity of women? Can I see your hands if you agree? But let me come back to you before I go to Asalfo. You need information, you need capacity to strengthen associations. But if you don't have money, what do? We need financing, definitely. What do we need to do for women to have the resources and manage and control those resources? You need to get to the ADB, that is the first thing. You need to facilitate that process, and it is important to have a clear strategy. That is how you're going to obtain financing and how you're going to work together with civil society to attract partners who will give you money, and you finance projects on the ground. And it is also important to have a midterm evaluation. You have a strategy at all levels and a long-term evaluation. There is something, we have a program called AFAWA, Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa. It is a project in which we try to reduce the credit risk for women who go to the banking system. I don't know why we're doing this, because if you look at it, women repay 99% or 98% of what they borrow, so the women are bankable. And but I think that the remaining 2%, the men who don't want to let them pay everything. So you are a man like myself. What should we do to help the youth to cope or to engage in climate change? What do we need to do with them? We have the Agenda 2063. I am 62. I won't be around in 2063, but I think we should live. We should allow the youth to have some hope. What we need to do is that the ADB, what we need to do, I think the ADB has understood, because it is already involving the civil society in all its activities and all its consultations. This is the second forum in which I'm taking part, and in 2019 I was honored to be invited to the advocacy for the replenishment of the African Development Fund. So involving the society, the civil society, is a major step, but I don't think it is sufficient. It is one thing involving us, and another thing letting us take part in the various consultations. But another thing is translating all of this into action. We need to walk the talk. And by assisting civil society in its activities, I think you are doing quite a bit in several sectors and in several fields. But we are in a sector which, for me, there's an imminent danger. You know, the real terrorism today is climate. the multiplicity or increasing such initiatives will help civil society to engage more, to carry out more actions, because, it is the first pillar when it comes to sensitization of the grassroots. Let me give you an example. Before the ordinary African, for them, civil society thought that issues like climate and environment were scientific issues. It was a scientific discussion because the approach was not good. So we need to change paradigms. Today, the example I'm going to give you is the Ayafri project in Benjerville, where a house was supposed to be destroyed, an area was supposed to be destroyed to build a big hotel. But to say that the community got aware, everybody rose to the man to make the government change its mind, and that project was cancelled. What does this mean? That is, society is becoming aware, society is surveying. We need to increase sensitization of this community. We need to allow the community to own this battle, and it is initiatives like the Civil Society Forum of the ADB that will allow our civil society organizations to fully play and serve as a transmission channel with these populations. I think the best way to do it is to discuss with us, and at the end of the various roundtables you're going to have here, firm commitments are made, and those commitments are such that after 1 year, we can take stock of what you did and say, this is what we were able to achieve within 1 year. The solutions are there. We need to persist with those solutions so that CSOs can fully play a role. Well, I don't think it's not a matter of working for us. It is a matter of working with us. We're working together. Good.
Il y a un sujet qui est vraiment très préoccupant, c'est la situation, le sujet de...
Another subject of concern is that of the energy transition. We have the vice president of the bank who raised this point. People say we need to use renewables, but let me say that at the African Development Bank, 83% of all our investments in energy production are for renewables. But I know that that is not enough, because it is not enough to have a bulb. You need energy you can use for industrialization, create jobs for our people, improve the quality of living of the people of Africa. So we need to have this energy transition, but this transition has to be just. Madam, what is your view on the energy transition in Africa? The energy transition requires strategy, a very clear strategy to start with, depending on the country's context or situation, because each country has challenges that are specific to it and which may differ from country to country. So we need to work together with civil society, which has to be on the ground, identify the problems that the communities face, and on the basis of the strategy that will be put in place with the ADB, we can come up with a roadmap for the long term, which would be our vision with the AGB to have projects and activities that can be implemented over that period. Mr. President, if we need to talk about just energy transition, in the speeches I heard that we have 600 million Africans who do not have access to the basic energy you are referring. 600 million. you know, you know, it's like we have been left behind. It's like it's a race. Some people took off, they got to the end, and then asked us to start running at that time. And then they get to the end and they set new rules for us. I think this energy transition requires deeper reflection. I see all the efforts being made for this energy transition. I lived in Europe for a bit. I see that there are ministries that are in charge of ecology transition. These are senior ministries. And here we are not even at that stage yet to say we're going to have ministries allocated for that. Even when commitments are made at the highest states, at the highest levels, in the most industrialized or the most developed countries are the ones who have polluted the planet. And today they are telling us to make efforts to carry out this energy transition, and they made commitments at COP21 to assist us. We talked about the carbon tax that could finance projects that will help the energy transition. We may make commitments, but if those commitments are not respected, tell me, how many countries have made their effort to pay this debt? We are already lagging behind, and in addition to that, we are told we should stop. Let me ask the question to the people here. You know, how many of you have a solar panel in your house? It's expensive. Investing in renewables are not within reach of everyone. It is expensive. You know, how do you ask the population to adapt to that? We are told to left fossil fuel, but what resources do we have to abandon fossil fuel? We are told to carry out sustainable agriculture, and I stand corrected by the president of FAPO. Today, to carry out sustainable agriculture, you know, you need to upgrade all the instruments that our farmers are using. Where will they get the resources to upgrade their equipment? So we need to balance things, because before asking us to do as the others, we'll do it in our way with the solutions that civil society may propose, and then see how we can move on. Otherwise, the energy transition that you want to be just may not be just, because this injustice goes back a long way. We need to repair that injustice first. I fully agree with you. You know that when people talk about the energy transition, we need to separate philosophy from pragmatic issues. This is not, philosophy doesn't give energy. It is the pragmatic things that give energy. As you said, 600 million Africans do not have access to energy. When you talk about the transition, it's just like you put a small, you are sowing a small seed. It has to grow, and it shoots. If it shoots, you have trees, and then you see what direction it goes. But if you don't have energy, what are you talking about? I agree with you as far as Africa is concerned. Our problem is that we want energy, full stop. It is very important. We will maximize or harness the maximum of the renewable potential we have. But I'm just coming from Cabo Verde. We invested in Cabo Elika project, which is a wind energy project. But there is a lot of the wind is not stable. So when we talk about that, we need grid stability, you need access, you need stability, but you need stability and security of energy. And the last thing I want to say is that the energy transition cannot be done without money. You need money. And And the countries that need to carry out the energy transition do not have the money because they have not industrialized and so on. So the money has to be on the table. And sometimes I engage at a global level, and I think there are megawatts, many megawatts of talk and zero funding. So that needs to change. But since you are here, since you are the people who will be in Egypt, let me tell you something very clear. If people talk about energy transition, I make a comparison. It's a cruise ship, a cruise ship, a cruise ship, you know, this is what people use for vacation. They go on a cruise for vacation. That is what energy transition is for developed countries. You are in the boat, everything is calm, it is stable. You move from one room to the other, you move from one deck to the other, you play tennis and so on, and everything is calm because you have 100% energy. For African countries, it is like the small canoes, you know. And if you go too fast, you are going to fall over. So our hope, our aspiration is not to become a cruise ship, but rather to get out of the small canoe to become just a boat. That will be enough.
So thank you. It is very important. I want to revisit another critical issue, and is the role of natural gas in this whole business of energy transition, because it is something where we've had a lot of discussion, and we're having the discussion today, and there will be discussions in the future. So what do you think about this? What is your perspective? What do you think about natural gas? You look at the situation. In Russia, it has shut the taps, you know, the vents, the gas taps, and Europe is suffering. And many countries in Europe have reverted to coal. So they've done the transition the other way around, a backward transition, and worse off. And this is really another side of the matter, reverting to coal. It's it's an opportunity for Africa, and we are lucky to have a country like Algeria that produces gas. And the Algerian gas is now the subject of, a race by the developed countries to, lay hands on that gas. There's a sort of, a price hike, it's like a bid. And this should be another example. The others come first, we last. So you agree with me that we need to develop our gas infrastructure and to be able to take up our needs and the needs of the others. We can be self-sufficient, and it starts with us. And as you have suggested, out of 8 women in Abidjan, only 3 can cook using gas. So we need to invest more. So let me ask the lady, do you think you need gas for cooking and other needs? Of course, we know the statistic. 300,000 women die yearly in the process of cooking this meal, acheke, plantain. And you also have further 300,000 children who die, out of suffocation from smoke. And that is not acceptable, because it means in 10 years we would have lost 6 million people just because of trying to cook a day's meal. That is not acceptable. So what is your perspective on gas, and what would be the contribution of gas so as to raise the standards of living of our people? I believe that this is the role of the ministries, and they have to work together. And I'm happy to hear that we should start by being self-sufficient and then working on the infrastructure of each country so that we can ease the transition and use of gas. So it is important for all stakeholders to work together alongside the civil society, obviously, to find solutions to all the challenges that we are currently facing on the global scene. You have the war in Ukraine, waged by Russia, and it is important to work in a sustainable manner for the projects that promote, gas-friendly uses. So if I understand you correctly, we need an energy mix to ensure that we use renewable energy to the best levels, but we also, work toward producing more liquefied petroleum gas so that women can have more, energy to cook. And well, gas can be a substitute. It can be a supplement. Gas should be, a substitute, form of energy. I know women who have gas at home but who never use it to cook. So they only use gas to cook when they have something urgent to cook. So I see all three of us here are wearing glasses. I do not know why you're wearing glasses, but I'm wearing glasses because as a child, I was helping my mother to fan the flames, fan the fire. And then, something got into my eyes, and that is why I'm wearing glasses. Well, mine is age. So what I'm trying to say is that green growth is really important, but Africa must not be impoverished in a sustainable manner. Africa must have the opportunity to maximize all its resources and ensure that there is an energy transition, and to ensure that transition is inclusive and that ensures that our population has a better quality of life. As you said, we shouldn't move the goalposts because somebody said we should not repeat the same mistakes we did. I said, if you made mistakes, that has helped you to be so developed and rich, let me make the same mistake. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Merci beaucoup, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much indeed. Everything has been said, and we all agree that this was an excellent conversation. Do you agree? Do you agree or not? Was it?
President, and also a very big thank you to your guests. We had, of course, Suma Zadem, the co-partner Youth Consortium, Youth Advisory Board on Disaster Risk Reduction at the African Union, and we had Sartori, President Magic System Foundation. He's an artist, he's an ambassador for UNHCR, an ambassador for UNESCO. Why not an ambassador for the African Development Bank? So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, is now, we've come to the end of the opening session. What we now need to do is to put on the best smile you've ever had, because we want to do a family photo. So we are going to clear the stage, do a family photo, and then we'll let our chief guest leave because he's got other commitments. So if I can call our colleagues to come and clear the stage, I will appreciate it. But in the meantime, may I express appreciation to our guest today, beginning with the chief guest, Dr. Kiumi Adeshina, President of the African Development Bank Group. Mr. Sid Brahima Denyogo, Director General for Environment in the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development. Your Excellency, Mr. Wael Badawi, Ambassador of the Arab Republic of Egypt. Your Excellency, Mr. Lee Sang-hyul, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea. Mr. Kolyang Palbele, President of the Pan-African Federation of Farmers in Africa. Thank you. A big thanks to Vice President Dr. Beth Danford. A big thank you to Vice President Dr. Kevin Kariuki. Our executive directors, members of the senior management team from the African Development Bank, a very big thank you to you as well. And for all the teams that have worked so hard, the civil society unit of the bank and all the delegates here and the teams that are assisting with everything that's going on here, the public address systems, a very, very big thank you. So now, yes. So the panelists, you'll come, that is Salif and Sumaya. You'll be on the first line with Mr. President. And then Mr. President. Yes. Yes. And then, yes. Ambassadors, vice presidents, come. 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 Yes, come guys. Yes, come guys. Yes, come and join here. Yes. And then what?
Is that then we call the executive directors.
Okay, thank you. Okay, hold the music for a while.
Is the first phase
Okay, all right, thank you so much. Did you see that? Oh my. I'll tell you one thing, Mr. President has many titles. Cheerleader #1 for Africa. Now you can see dance #1. He's also editor-in-chief for the bank. So this is the first round of photographs, and then after this, we'll ask executive directors to join, plus senior management of the bank, and then we'll invite the members of the civil society to join as well. Okay? So photographers. Thank you. Let me ask executive directors, if those who are around, please to come on stage and join. Executive directors who are around. Okay. Maybe if some have just left. Executive directors. Okay. Let's now have senior management of bank. If you can come, Natalie and Alex and others. Come, senior management of the bank, if you can come and join. Yes, Alhamdulillah, that's very good. Yes, Jerusalem, that's really good. Yes. Yeah. I think all the ones will have to go at the back, I think. Yes, come. Yes. Okay, move back here. If you can just move back a little. Yes. Yes. Yes, that's right. So, Okay. Photographers, if you're happy, let's do it. Okay, thank you. I think, yes, they do. So, yes, we will. I will just call leaders of civil societies. If you can come, please. Leaders. Yeah. You can do it here. Okay. Yes, come. Yeah, that's right. So, yes, come and ask to go on that side. And then we'll see your dance moves. So, not leaving the stage after photographed. Okay. Oh, no.
He's shocked. Solomon is like that.
Thank you.
Coffee break.
Thank you. Coffee break now. A very big thank you. A very big thank you. Thank you so much, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for a coffee break as we escort our chief guest and others. It's time for coffee break. Thank you.
temperature records being set, climate change is at the forefront of African Development Bank strategies. Despite being forced to change funding priorities in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the bank has committed itself to mainstream climate change and green growth into operations and policy design by devoting 40% of project approvals to climate finance. 2020, 88% of all projects were based on climate-informed design. Working hand in hand with the Global Center on Adaptation to launch the African Adaptation Acceleration Program in 2021, the African Development Bank has set a goal to double its climate financing to $25 billion for adaptation by 2025. But adaptation alone is not enough. Mitigation also matters. In the Sahel region, the African Development Bank launched a $20 billion project, the Desert to Power, a huge solar initiative that will make Africa a renewable energy powerhouse, producing electricity to over 250 million people. In Senegal, project financed by the African Development Fund, the concessional window of the African Development Bank Group, and the Global Environment Facility is not only restoring ecological balance to Lake Gaias, it is also improving access to abundant supply of clean water.
mais ni mu setee ni actuellement dafa am njëriñ quoi ci gox bi parce que ku ne yaa ngi gis sa bopp quoi ci gox bi waaw ñu ngi gis sa bopp si affaire napp bi.
Through its transformational projects, the African Development Bank is helping countries reduce climate risk and build resilience, another way in which we are making a difference.
Africa is suffering, Africa is choking, Africa is in serious financial distress for what it didn't cause. And therefore, there must be a greater sense of urgency, not in talking, but in doing and in delivering resources that Africa needs very, very desperately. Yes, I'm from the MD, African Development Bank. We are very bold, as you know, on the issue of climate. You know, we were supposed to do 40% of our financing to climate. We've done 41%. Supposed to do adaptation at 50-50, adaptation mitigation. Today, we are at 67% on adaptation for Africa, just because we got to put our money where our mouths are. So what we got to really do for us in Africa is we have the African Development Fund, where we decided to open a climate action window, because these countries don't have access to climate finance, and they need $600 billion, you know, by 2030 to be able to adapt to climate change. Today, they get therefore the climate action window of the African Development Fund is critical. The reason why this is critical is the issue of impact. What will it do for us? If we get that, we have 20 million farmers that will have access to climate smart agricultural technologies. We've got 20 million farmers that will have access to weather insurance to deal with some of these exogenous extreme weather patterns that we're talking about. We have at least 1 million hectares of land that is degraded that we will be able to regenerate. About 9.8 million people that have access to electricity, and over 840 million milk cubes of water that we'll be able to deliver. So, and what gives me this confidence that we can do this? You know, we, during this issue of the Russian war in Ukraine, launched a $1.5 billion facility very rapidly. And within 45 days, we had done 24 countries. We promised $1.5 billion. We had done $1.13 billion in less than 45 days. The technologies exist, the platforms exist, the programs exist. That's not the problem. What we need is finance. We can do it, but we have to determine that it has to happen. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that and everything you're doing.
ci kii bu njëkk ba métti wu da daan xuus ndox bu si ndigg doo jot sax ndox mu baax waaye nga tànqe rek amul woon benn filtre bu rafet daal ñoo ko daan defal sunu bopp mu métti lool si ñun xiibon daf fi am ci xale yu ndaw yi ndox mi wéerul woon.
Fati Mbai depends on Lake Weir to supply her water needs, water that was not always drinkable. Strategically important for Senegal, Lake Weir is a major contributor of drinking water for many of Senegal's cities and urban centers. Dakar alone receives 65% of its water needs from Lake Weir. However, during droughts and the dry season, water levels decrease considerably, damaging the ecosystem, massively reducing production, and forcing thousands of people, especially young Senegalese men and women, to desert their villages.
J'aime beaucoup l'agriculture, j'aime beaucoup ce que je fais. Auparavant, il y avait les plantes aquatiques, il y avait beaucoup de manque d'eau. On avait beaucoup de problèmes parce qu'il fallait faucher ou bien faire des travaux manuels pour vraiment avoir de l'eau. En pleine culture, tu perds l'eau. Tu n'as plus d'eau, tu perds tout ce que tu avais semé.
To combat the many challenges related to the lack of sufficient water supplies, the African Development Bank supported Senegal with $23 million to help finance the project to restore the ecological and economic functions of Lake Weirs.
Avant la mise en œuvre du projet Préfel, nous étions confrontés à d'énormes difficultés qui sont relatives à la disponibilité des eaux, mais aussi sur la qualité de ces eaux. La Banque africaine de développement est le principal partenaire du Sénégal dans la mise en œuvre de ce projet, le projet de restauration des fonctions économiques et écologiques du lac de Guiers.
The project will restore the hydrological conditions and ecosystems of Lake Weirs and improve the quality of water and storage conditions, as well as the proper management of the Indial Bird Reserve.
Ce projet a permis, en plus des activités de remise en eau des écosystèmes du lac de Guiers, de redonner une vie à une zone qui était totalement humide, à savoir la réserve du Diaye. Mais ça a permis aussi d'introduire beaucoup d'activités génératrices de revenus et de créer des emplois.
Il a un grand impact au sein de notre communauté parce que depuis que le projet est là, on commence à avoir de l'eau potable pour des populations. Beaucoup de personnes peuvent aller dans le lac pêcher, voir des poissons pour la nourriture, pour beaucoup de protéines pour les familles.
Through the rehabilitation of lake infrastructure such as dikes, the construction of irrigation systems, and capacity building, the Lake Weirs project is improving quality and availability of water, health, and sanitation, and it is establishing pollution monitoring systems that rigorously control the lake's water quality.
Les ouvrages qui ont été construits ont permis un accroissement du volume d'eau du lac de Guiers, qui est passé de 1,2 milliard de mètres cubes à 2,3 milliards de mètres cubes. Et cette augmentation sensible du volume d'eau permet aujourd'hui la satisfaction de tous les usages, donc l'agriculture, l'élevage, la pêche, mais surtout l'alimentation en eau potable de Dakar et de certaines grandes villes du Sénégal.
mais ni mu say ni actuellement dafa am njëriñ quoi ci kii bi ci gox bi parce que ne yaa ngi gis sa bopp quoi ci gox bi waaw ñu ngi gis seen bopp si affaire napp parce que tout le temps maa ngi dem di am jën di ñëw soxla ak solo kër gi yëpp jënd si ceeb jënd si dawlin fay ci courant fay ci ndox ak xale yi yëre sol.
Ultimately, improving the quality of life for the people of Senegal is the project's main priority, as well as increasing income-generating activities that help reduce poverty and ensure that access to safe drinking water and sanitation promote better health conditions for the people of Senegal.
Lac de Guiers est très important pour nous parce que ça a amélioré notre agriculture. Nous utilisons le TIFA pour fertiliser nos terres. Maintenant, on peut avoir l'eau comme il faut. On faisait une culture par campagne. Maintenant, on fait presque 3 cultures par campagne. Je gagne plus qu'avant. Je nourris ma famille et mes parents.
sabu fii procès bi dafay robinet mu yokk bu baax ndax ndox mi boo ko rootee sotti si ndaal rek wala nga def sa glace rek nag ndax amatul benn sati feebar bu mu ñu daan indil daal jóge na fi léegi ndox mi wér na benn xiibon amat fi.
The first time I came here,
there was nothing but sand. But we saw an opportunity in the sun, turning it into clean energy. I am working in Bamban Solar Park. That's one of the largest solar park in the world, with millions of solar panels to provide millions of homes with clean energy. One of our colleagues, her name is Nadir, is working with us from beginning. So you can imagine what she faced and the challenge for her.
In the beginning, they are saying to me, Hadir, you are very kind and very small. You will go to the sun. It will be very difficult too. But I said to them, I want to try. And when already I developed myself here and already stayed for years, they are very proud. Here I learned a lot of things, I gained a lot of experience from the people, the other engineers, the different culture of the companies that I worked with. So it's really amazing. And when you feel that you are important here and all the management appreciate your work, this is a very good feeling. If there is an issue here, if there is something happen, inverter stop, the module have fault or warning, I informed my colleagues here, two site engineers.
Formation Program, or TART. To date, the program has planted 20,000 hectares in the lowland and reached 28,000 farmers. TART's expansion of Ethiopia's wheat-growing areas into the arid lowlands with a heat-tolerant and higher-yielding wheat variety could see Ethiopia become self-sufficient in wheat production within 5 years.
It's a great success for me. Wheat production is life-changing. With the support of the government and TAT, and in collaboration with other farmers and unions, we have a plan to buy a tractor and a combine harvester.
Climate change, population growth, and COVID-19 related lockdowns are challenging African countries' ability to produce more stable crops. But TAT, operating across 9 food commodities in more than 30 countries, is helping Africa build back better. Its programs have reached more than 10 million households. They ensure food security, fight malnutrition, and improve livelihoods. TAT aims to produce an additional 120 million tons of food and lift 130 million people out of poverty.
In Sudan and Ethiopia, hundreds of thousands of farmers now plant heat-tolerant wheat varieties that are rapidly boosting food security.
In its initial phase, the TAT's wheat compact has already produced 110,000 tons of certified seeds of heat-tolerant wheat in Ethiopia and Sudan, reached 1.5 million beneficiaries in 7 countries, 40% of them being women, increased the average production by 40% per hectare, and created around 113,000 new jobs.
TAT, like Technologies for African Agricultural Transformation, is the bank's efforts to put the best technology into the hands of farmers, so farmers can become more resilient, increase their productivity, and become agribusinesses.
Next door in Sudan, TAT's climate-smart seeds are thriving, despite high temperatures often exceeding 38 degrees Celsius each season.
In the past, we used to get low yields using uncertified seeds, but we've been trained through farmer field schools on how to produce our own seeds and become seed producers instead of seed buyers.
Advances in crop science, partnerships with research centers and Sudan's government have the nation using 65,000 certified seeds of heat-tolerant wheat varieties to help double yields from 1.5 tons to 3 tons on an average every year. Scheduled for its wheat self-sufficiency program to reach its target in 3 years, and having expanded its wheat fields from 210,000 hectares to 294,000 hectares. TART is increasingly the go-to agricultural development program across the continent, using advanced technologies to help farmers mitigate impacts of climate change and pests, helping national economies create jobs, increase food security, and reduce food imports, while improving the quality of life for millions of Africans.
Before the pandemic, Africa was home to 6 of the world's fastest growing economies. Today, the pandemic has caused the first recession in 25 years for most African countries. It has shown how exposed Africa is to other disasters, including climate change.
We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to build the world better from this COVID crisis. Nowhere is this more critical than in Africa, the continent on the front line of our climate emergency.
Africa needs global solidarity on climate change. Solidarity to boost Africa's resources and capacities to adapt to climate change. The African Adaptation Acceleration Program will build on what is working and speed up the actualization of the African Adaptation Initiative of the African Union.
On the 6th of April, more than 30 heads of state and global leaders committed priority actions to help African countries adapt to the impacts of climate change. They have rallied behind the bold, new Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program. Jointly developed by the African Development Bank and Global Center on Adaptation, the program aims to mobilize $25 billion to accelerate climate change adaptation actions across Africa.
I've asked all 7 members to increase the share of climate finance allocated to adaptation and resilience to at least 50% of their total climate finance.
To address the current health and economic crisis and the climate crisis, many countries in Africa will need support from the international community. For this reason, we are calling for a comprehensive approach that would include domestic and international.
Climate finance goes to adaptation, and just 19% of this comes to Africa. The African Development Bank is particularly committed to achieving parity between adaptation finance and mitigation finance.
This program, ladies and gentlemen, I believe will go a long way to support countries like Kenya to scale up climate adaptation and resilience, and to provide significant resources for climate adaptation throughout Africa and indeed throughout the Caribbean, the Pacific, and most of the global South.
We have to insist that equal attention be paid to adaptation and mitigation in climate finance.
Il s'agit notamment des solutions fondées sur la nature, la transition énergétique, le cadre de transparence renforcé, le transfert des technologies et les financements climatiques.
Developed countries are expected to provide $100 billion annually for climate finance, and a great share of this should go to climate adaptation, because climate change adaptation is a key element of Africa's green and resilient recovery plan.
Le CICR a cette valeur ajoutée, bien sûr, de
Vas-y. Laisse après. Oh. Tout. Allume tout.
Un, deux, test, un. Adelph.
Adelph. Adelph.
Test.
Test, un, deux.
Un, deux, test, un, deux, test.
Dans la région de Bakna-Ouest, en Mauritanie, une partie de la population est exposée aux effets dévastateurs des changements climatiques, de la baisse des ressources naturelles et de l'insécurité alimentaire. Ces raisons ont conduit la Banque africaine de développement à mener une étude qui a identifié cette région comme étant une zone prioritaire de développement. La banque a ensuite lancé le projet hydro-agricole Paabo pour un montant de 12 millions de dollars. Un projet ambitieux et nécessaire qui fera toute la différence pour les habitants de la zone.
L'objectif c'est dans l'année d'indice de pauvreté au niveau d'ici à un seuil au moins égal à la moyenne nationale. La moyenne nationale à l'époque était 55%. Et ici, la prévalence de la pauvreté atteignait 71%. Donc l'enjeu c'est nourrir les populations, améliorer la sécurité.
Ouais, l'autre.
Pour que cela devienne une réalité, le projet Paabo devra développer des infrastructures hydro-agricoles. Le magot de Diorol, qui prend sa source dans le fleuve Sénégal, est un bon exemple. La même opération a augmenté le volume de terres arables et de surfaces irriguées qui sont passées de 300 à des communautés locales, des femmes en particulier, qui représentent 57% de la population, à améliorer leurs méthodes agricoles.
mbiyetemi ko Oumou Sali Diop o galle he komi debbo desaɗo ɗo to gallam nen aɗa wondi islam sukabam nen wonde tanamen ɓen gondumi ɗo e galle moy présidente coopérative Ndioro minen foof nombre 150 faw kono nde projet Paabo ari amen de nden ɓe jaguini amen min mbatti yaade formation ngaji pinal hankadi ari hankadi min cette caɗele ko mawɗum hankadi min gandi aduna o hankadi nomin liggodirta somin liggima kadi hono min moftirta ngaaluyon men min ɓuuri ɗam joganade ɗum humpiro min ɓuuri ɗum joganade dañal min ɓuuri dañde gartam.
Le Paabo crée une ouverture entre ces communautés et le reste du pays. La construction et la connexion de digues, de pistes et de bretelles de jonction avec les principaux axes routiers du pays a rendu la communauté plus accessible que jamais.
Allah di waɗi lawol ngol hay minen remoɓe jona jooɗo oto ara ha e salama ha e jardin ma est ko ƴettata ko nawge fadi koye lawta gongol dewata ha
Le projet Paabo encourage également ceux qui ont quitté Bakna-Ouest à rentrer chez eux, ce qui résulte d'un dynamisme économique et social.
gartumi wi gari e nder yolon hakkunde mi teman noon ko taw mo afami ngam gaɗa waɗa
En près de 10 ans, les résultats ont dépassé les objectifs et prévisions initiales. Plus de 1500 familles ont décidé de revenir dans la région, ce qui a doublé la population locale et de nombreux villages ont ainsi été L'eau potable est aujourd'hui à portée de main pour plus de 10 000 habitants.
Test 1, 2, test 1, 2, test 1, 2, test 1, 2, test 1, 1, 2, c'est bon? Oui.
Votre attention, s'il vous plaît. Je vais demander à tous ceux qui sont encore au café, au thé, en causerie, en conversation. C'est vrai qu'il y a toujours de la magie dans l'air. Après avoir écouté Magic in the Air, je vais vous demander de bien vouloir avancer, de reprendre vos places parce que la magie va continuer. Cette fois-ci...
Please take our seats so that we can continue. We're going to have a session relating to some outcomes of the bank's engagement with civil society. You can come with your coffee.
Alors, nous avons, avec votre concours, pu effectuer un décollage maîtrisé.
We had our opening ceremony graced by the president of the ADB, and the program started. We're going to do this for 2 days. So please take your seats because we have a very important session coming up.
On vous donne un peu d'eau. Ensuite...
So please sit down and be comfortable. We're going to have an accountability session to be moderated by Madam Zainab Touré, and we welcome her. And then she is the manager of the bank's division that deals with civil society and community engagement, and she has been doing this for some 15 years. So
sa modestie peut-être en train d'en souffrir. Je n'en dirai pas plus, mais Madame Touré est...
Madame Touré is a model for African youth. She's an Afro-optimist and her passion is contagious. So we'll give her the floor to moderate the session. Thank you.
Ok. Merci beaucoup. Merci Luther.
Thank you. Thank you, Luther. Good afternoon. I'm quite pleased to be with you this afternoon.
As we said this morning, the 2020 Civil Society Forum, as the African Bank President said, at the next forum, I would like to see CSOs share with the bank the engagement experience we have shared with them. And if we are here today, is in line with this. How do we take stock of the commitments we kept or did not keep? How can we all together ensure that our commitments were respected? Thank you all for being here. I thank senior management for remaining for this accountability session. Thank you to all the CSOs here. Thank you all. We are a bank that puts the population at the heart of our development action. And we are here today to discuss how civil society engagement transforms the life of communities on the ground. And at this accountability session, we will travel across the continent with partner CSOs that are very active on the ground. We will start with the DRC. Can Madam Eliane Mukeni, Chair of the National Women Entrepreneurs Association and Vice Chair of the Enterprises Federation of DRC, to please come up to the table with me. Good afternoon. Mr. Dieudonné Boanga, who is the coordinator of the Private Sector and Job Creation Program and in the DRC, could you please come up? Please take a seat, feel at ease. We're going to have a conversation. You may be together or separately. Is the video from the DRC ready? Let us have an overview of their work before we start this conversation.
Beaucoup d'équipes, il y a beaucoup de choses qui pourrissent même et on dit que les pauvres ne les exploitent pas.
The Democratic Republic of Congo abounds in fruits and vegetables. But some know more than others how to put them into profit.
Oui, je suis CEO de l'entreprise établissement Centre Mam Africa qui évolue dans l'agro-transformation. Donc nous avons la phytothérapie, la cosmétique et l'agroalimentaire.
Like Edith Masamba, founder of Mam Africa, an agro-business company turned fruit and vegetables into food, drinks, as well as medications. At first, Masamba used to work by herself. Today, she employs 20 people. The key to her growth was attending an entrepreneurship program run by the National Commission of Women Entrepreneurs, or the NCWE.
Depuis 2015 qu'on a rencontré la Commission nationale Femmes de la Fête et nous avons pu professionnaliser l'activité. On produisait, on vendait à petite échelle et la CNFE nous a formés et nous a permis d'avoir une vision claire de ce que nous voulons.
Masamba is one of the 1,000 women that benefit from business training in 12 different provinces.
L'objectif, c'est de pousser les femmes à améliorer leurs produits, à développer leur entreprise, à créer de l'emploi pour l'autonomisation économique de la femme.
The Commission also runs business incubators around the country, providing training to women from university graduates up to people in their 50s. Thanks to a $50.8 million funding from the African Development Bank, The National Commission of Women Entrepreneurs will manage to promote youth employment as well as supporting women-led, small and medium-sized enterprises.
Donc j'aimerais que mon entreprise aille dans toute l'Afrique. C'est déjà dans le parcours. C'est comme ça que j'ai pris le nom de Mama Africa.
Merci. Bien, je commence par vous.
Thank you, Eliane. Let me start with you. Could you introduce yourself briefly and tell us how you engaged with the AD on this project? Thank you. Let me start by introducing myself. I'm going to be brief. Eliane Munkeni. I am the Vice Chair of the Employees Association of DRC and also Chair of the National Federation of Women Entrepreneurs. So here I'll rather put on my cap as a coach. I am a chartered accountant. I have an accounting firm, that is. How did I come in contact with the ADB? In 2012, the employers of DRC asked me to manage women entrepreneurship. In 2013, I put together a project at the project incubator project for the creation and development of women enterprises. And once the project idea was there, we started looking for financing. We had focal points in the 11 provinces of DRC is to help us. In 2015, the former representative of the ADB in the DRC invited the presidents of all women entrepreneur associations to listen to us, know our problems and our needs. And he asked each association to put together a community project. This project was put together with several associations. We all defended the project. And I don't want to say we were lucky, but I want to say that we were recruited or retained by the ADB in 2015. And in 2016, the ADB gave us our first financing for training of trainers. That is why you saw the picture. We're training trainers so that these trainers will manage women. DRC at the time had 11 provinces, and we had 12 trainers in the 11 provinces. After that, we reported to the bank, we justified the resources we received, and the ADB said they will implement the project. They wanted to send us experts. I said no. Since we have trainers, we train them how to come up with business plans and to do coaching. So the ADB once again had faith in us and asked us to put the project in place. We took 10 people per project. We had 110 projects, and these 110 projects were subsidized by the ADB, in the terms of equipment. So that is how we engaged initially with the ADB. That is quite interesting because, as you have said, it is through your federation of women entrepreneurs in the DRC. What is a comparative advantage? We could have used a consulting firm or another NGO to implement the project. So what is your comparative advantage? The thing is, the ADB dealt with us directly through the Ministry of Planning. So the money came directly from the ADB through the coordinator, and we were dealing face to face with the ADB. We met the representative who talked to us about the program. That was the first comparative advantage. The second is, I talk about intellectual empowerment, because give money to women without training them is no use. So empowerment was at two levels. The first level was training trainers, and these trainers were women entrepreneurs who have a higher level, like Edith Masamba. She's a trainer, and when she was training the women, she was basing herself on her experience in management. So that was the advantage we had. The ADB asked us to train 300 women, but today, thanks to our relations, we have trained 3,000 women. Of course, the ADB has not been financing this, but the initial funding allowed us to take off, and we are quite pleased today because the trainers who are coaches are used by the World Bank, by only UN Women, to continue this program across the entire DRC. Quite interesting. Coming to women entrepreneurship, we had several objectives. That is, empower women intellectually and also create enterprises and develop them. In terms of creation, the 110 projects we had, help the women to create enterprises. There were micro enterprises, there were small enterprises. We don't have medium yet. In terms of enterprise development, we have a group of trainers. We also have men, because we train some men as well. And on the other hand, we developed existing enterprises like Edith Masamba. Her company was very poorly managed. We gave her training and we recruited her as a trainer. She became an influencer or a model for the others, and she started talking to everyone about the importance of working with the ADB. Now we're in the evaluation phase. At the end of 2023, we will come to the ADB with our evaluation report. Each year we report to the ADB through the coordinator. Thank you, Eliane. We see the multiplier effect of working with organizations. Mr. Dieudonné, you are the project lead, you are representing the government. Tell us how this idea came to your mind as a government receiving financing from the ADB to involve CSOs, particularly women entrepreneurs. Thank you. Let me start by introducing myself briefly. I am Mr. Boenga, Director in the Ministry of Planning in DRC and Coordinator of the Private Support Development Project and Job Creation. And when the ADB team came to Kinshasa on the identification and appraisal mission, we had this federation already with its project that had been approved or accepted by the RESREP, and our task manager at the time met Madame Eliane and her team. We found they found the project interesting, and it was included in the evaluation report as one of the institutions or structures to benefit from our project. In the negotiation phase between the Ministry of Finance and the ADB, we found the project interesting and wanted to finance it. That's it. Let me add something important. On the basis of this project, we put in place our incubator, which is funded by the ADB. The ADB made a generator and equipment available to us, So today we have an incubator in two parts, one for young women. We have contacts with universities, and the incubator for mature women who are in a market we created, which we call the Saturday market, and all the women who have produce go there and will only sell local produce. Thank you. Thank you, Eliane. You want to come in? Let me continue a bit. Do you need 1 minute? Let me say that when we started working with the Federation as a project beneficiary, we began with a training. We taught them the bank procedures so that to get the resources that we allocated to them. We worked with them on a first project, and they handled training. We handled the training component, and after the training component, we needed to finance the activities of the women members, and we had a mini project which was a support to the consolidation of the economic fabric, and we used this to strengthen this women's group, and we worked with her, and my teams followed this up on the ground. You know, we used to go to follow them up on the ground, and outside training.
Oil and little water. Refugees are using it to cultivate more food and sell it in the camp. It is boosting not only agriculture production, but also morale of refugees.
Chinhu chete singakwanisi kufungira kuti tinokwanisa kudyara mbeu mumvura pasina soil. Saka chinhu chekuti zviri kutiwedzera knowledge nekuziva.
Hydroponics agriculture is only one of the innovations that's introduced through the innovative solutions to support livelihood of vulnerable communities. It is a $1.4 million project funded by the African Development Banking Group. The main implementing partner is the civil society organization World Vision.
The refugees through the different interventions have managed to overcome poverty. And poverty alleviation is one key intervention that we always look at fighting for.
To alleviate poverty, the project brought many more changes, like a solar-powered pipe-to-water system that is benefiting 6,300 households, 2 schools, and 1 clinic in both the refugee camp and the host community. It also expanded agricultural and irrigation fields. It generated new income opportunities. The close collaboration with the government of Zimbabwe and the UN Refugee Agency has been also crucial for these achievements.
The project is beginning to have ripple effects in the broader local economy, and we hope that with the continuation of of these activities, the refugees will be fully reliant and will have a lot of economic activities to carry out.
With more work, more water, more skills, the refugees and their host community are better equipped to face their day-to-day challenges.
Chikumbiro changu chekuti maproject aramba achiita sei achiwedzera mukembe. Maproject akawedzera mukembe takuzoti vanhu vese vakuona something chekuita sei.
We have illustrated this project in many of our reports in the bank. I will start with you, Joel. Tell us about how World Vision developed its partnership with the bank in Zimbabwe.
Okay, thank you very much. As World Vision, we are always on the ground as a community development organization, and we've partnered with the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees in response to the Global Compact on Refugees, which Zimbabwe, despite its own challenges as a country, is host to 16,000 refugees from the African continent. And these people, as they live in the Zimbabwe, they enjoy the peace and hospitality of people of Zimbabwe, but they also need livelihoods, education, water, and sanitation, just to mention but a few. So these are the interventions that we undertook as World Vision And we are working closely with our UNHCR and the African Development Bank for funding these innovative solutions for the vulnerable communities.
Yes, we will continue because this is emblematic of the work of civil society on fragile contexts. What is the impact on communities working with you?
Yes, the impact is not only within the camp. As you know, when you have like 16,000 people, it means they are also hosted by the host community. And as I mentioned, we have a host community with its own problems, hosting people who are also vulnerable. And the impact now is about balancing, helping those who are our brothers and sisters coming to the camp, and also the host community itself, so that there is harmony. So the African Development Bank has managed not only to assist the refugees when they are providing water in the camp. We have also seen the bank providing water in the host community, the schools around the camp, the clinics around the camp have also benefited directly or indirectly to the project. So this has brought a lot of impact, not only to the refugees community, but to the host community as a country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dieudonné.
Thank you.
We will come to you. We will come back to you with a Q&A. But now, yes, want to turn to Eric Maria. What is the comparative advantage on working with World Vision, NGO, in a fragile context?
Thank you so much for giving me the floor. Just to underscore that we've been working with World Vision since 2018, particularly in the implementation of the UNHCR Tongogara refugee project, named as Innovative Solutions to Support Livelihoods of Vulnerable Communities. The support was availed through the Transition Support Facility, Pillar 3, which we call the Targeted Support Window. The Targeted Support Window helps provide solutions to the non-traditional areas of support by the bank, and now closely working with the civil society organizations to deliver solutions, not only during the design and implementation of the project, even after closure of the project. This particular project closed in December 2021, and we view CSOs as very, very important because even the sustainability of the interventions that the bank has financed, CSOs are our accountability partners. So CSOs play a very, very important role during the design, during the implementation, but even after the closure of the operation. We've worked very closely with World Vision, particularly in the provision of irrigation and water solutions in Zimbabwe, whereby various, as my colleague Joel said, refugees and host communities have been able to benefit. And this is a country considered to be in transition. In the bank, we have 21 countries in transition, Zimbabwe being one of them, trying to tailor our support to deliver this kind of innovative solutions. Again, also, CSOs not only play a role in terms of being accountability partners, but they also help foster ownership of the project. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we've learned a lot of lessons, particularly in hand-washing solutions that were developed within the various CRP or COVID response projects. So CSOs have helped bring about innovative ideas, also facilitated ownership of the operations, and most importantly, they are our accountability partners to ensure that oversight of operations is at high level, particularly in the transition states. Thank you.
Merci, thank you very much to both of you. Nous allons continuer ce voyage.
We're going to continue our trip. This time we're going to come to West Africa, more specifically to Ghana. So, Benjamin Boakey.
For energy policy, please join me here. And Yerusalem Fasika, responsable pays de la Banque africaine de développement au Ghana.
The Jerusalem country manager, EDB Ghana.
Le cas du Ghana est une innovation.
The case of Ghana is innovative in the case of electricity. We started having some explanation to this this morning, but I'll leave it to our two speakers. Benjamin, tell us how an NGO was involved in regulating electricity tariffs in Ghana. That is real happening, you know. So, can you tell us about that?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for inviting us to be part of this. We have a relationship with the bank since 2015, co-hosting events and engaging on policy issues in the continent. So through that engagement, the bank informed us that they were deploying a policy action to engage the power regulator to ensure that we have a system that ensures transparency and accountability. And the title of the project was Effective Power Sector Regulation through Technology. So we were happy to be part of that to ensure that the gap that exists usually between the supply side of accountability and demand side of accountability can be bridged. And work we do as the president coined the term for us as civil society, we carefully survey obligations, however, much more aggressively in our context, and be able to do that, you need information. Information is key, the kind of work we do. And we see how sometimes in our fight against corruption and power sector transactions, the few information we get on specific transactions helps us to shape them and often stop some of the transactions. But those that we don't have information on become an albatross on all of us, including even those who benefit from it. So creating a platform that provides access to information was crucial. So we thought that the bank couldn't have engaged in a project much better than that. And the outcomes are there for all of us to see. We have the regulator developing a platform where they share information. And also through the project, some capacity development was provided for civil society organizations. We used to have few organizations like us talking about power issues, but now we have more organizations coming up because, others had opportunity to participate in through it. And also, with that engagement and facilitation, you have more organizations being closer to the regulator now. So you would find that in our last tariff adjustment, a major tariff adjustment, it's one of the few that we really didn't see an uproar after the tariff was adjusted because people were adequately informed. We had national conversations for the players to engage on what proposals they have on the table. And we had the opportunity to share with the regulator what we actually thought about those proposals. And this is really critical, getting more people into the space, particularly at this time of the country, is important for us to shape dynamics in the power sector. And a bit of context, you have a power sector that is generating waste in average about $1.5 billion. And that is about 3 times more than our infrastructure investment in the social sectors of our economy. So we need more people to be participants in shaping how that sector works, because you have the state intervening with the revenues that have gone into building the schools, hospitals, the roads, to advance the economic potential of the country. So this is just the beginning of it. I think the bank will be engaging other chains in the value chain, because you have the distribution side, you have the generation side, you have the transmission side. All of that need to come into that space of providing access to information and optimizing the power sector to ensure that we can have a power sector that pays for itself and not government intervening as we're doing currently. Thank you.
Ok, merci Benjamin. Je crois que savoir que ce projet est...
Thank you. This project is just starting. The project is just starting. But is it already impacting the lives of the people?
I mean, the opportunity it creates for the regulator to interface, and also the fact that, you know, both the supply side and the demand side of the accountability chain understand that we're working together on this. So it limits the suspicions that you always will have working with regulators and the supply side. So we have access. The platform also provides the opportunity for us to interrogate the data, and when the data is missing, we can go to the regulator and say, you're supposed to put this on the platform. Why is it not on? A typical example is our recent attempt to engage the regulator on a piece of information post the tariff adjustment. I realized that the tariff decision has been published, and we decided to engage to make sure that it is published, because we know there is a platform that is supposed to have that kind of data. So it is providing access to information. We used to have our own platform that interfaces with the public to pool their concerns on the power sector. It's actually still on, where we gauge what the public thinks about service delivery in the power sector and what challenges they have. But this project also provides a platform for the regulator itself to be able to interface with the public and also gauge their sentiments directly. So we have opportunity to compare the two platforms to see how they address the concerns of the public going forward. And that is a useful platform in my estimation.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. Maintenant, je me tourne vers la...
Let me now come to the country manager of the ADB in Ghana, my dear Jerusalem. The government is the main interlocutor of the bank in Ghana. How did it happen that you engaged with a CSO to work in such a complex field like energy regulation in Ghana?
Thank you. I'm waiting until the translator finishes. Thank you, Zainab. Okay, this is a very good question. For the African Development Bank, the way we do business is that when we develop a strategy, a country strategy or a sector strategy or any operations, we consult. We consult extensively with state actors, also non-state actors. Civil societies are very well engaged in our interventions or strategies. Youth group, women group, and farmer associations, depending, the relevant sector. So the design of our interventions are done in a consultative manner. In addition to that, our designs are informed with evidence-based sector studies or economic, sector work or knowledge products. So, how did we get to this project? This project was also a product of a study or a report, which is a flagship report for the bank titled Electricity Regulatory Index for Africa. Okay? So this is an annual index report that publishes about the different countries' performance in the sector, in the regulatory environment. In addition to that, we also looked at the other related tariff reports by USAID as well as West Africa Energy Program. So what did this program, as well as studies from the bank as well as from the USAID, what did they cite? They cited that there are bottlenecks in terms of having information to the CSOs or knowledge of the sector by the CSOs. These are bottlenecks for the CSOs to engage with the regulatory environment. In this case, with the Public Utility Regulatory Commission of Ghana. So as a result of that, we designed this project. How can we have the CSOs to engage effectively? So this is how the project was born. This is a project, as mentioned this morning. It is financed by Korean Trust Fund. It was a project that was approved in 2018, and it was completed last year, June 2021. That's why it has started. We're already seeing outcomes of this intervention. I think what Benjamin has indicated about the tariff increase, which just became effective on the 1st of September, is really a big outcome. You know, in the past, you know, whenever there are tariffs, people are not very happy and so on. But this time, we didn't hear a lot of noise about it. So this is an impact when citizens are participating effectively, when they own it, when there is that back and forth interaction. The ownership comes, and then, you know, I accept you know, the result, or, you know, the processes. So this is you know, about the background of our engagement and in this operation. I would also like to say the project has helped in building capacity. I think Ben has mentioned it. It's the capacity building is also in sensitizing the CSOs in the issues related to the sector, to the regulatory environment. So the more they are aware about it, they will be able to, you know, in demand the regulator with, you know, with good points, and also, you know, assessing the performance of the regulator. You know, how do they perform as compared to other peers, you know, within, you know, the continent. So this is what I would like to say at this point. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup à tous les deux.
Thank you very much to you both, and I believe this is an example that needs to be replicated in the other countries, and this is a pilot, and I'm sure it's going to generate a lot of questions. But since we are a bit behind schedule, we're going to speed up, and so we're going to turn to East Africa, head to East Africa, and the next point is Ethiopia. So I'll ask Mr. Ganao to come up here and join us. We do not have any video, and this is a rather unusual example. Mr. Ganao, you were part of the bank CSO committee, and you represented the East Africa Civil Society organizations. Could you introduce yourself briefly, but especially tell us how you successfully, you know, ensured that your ecosystem benefited from the partnership with the African Development Bank? And in tangible terms, tell us an example of the social enterprises or businesses that you established in Ethiopia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zainab. I'm very honored to what is accomplished, what's gained out of the partnership with African Development Bank. My name is Ms. Ghana Iticha. The founder and executive director of Stand for Vulnerable Organization in Ethiopia. I joined our organization, Stand for Vulnerable Organization, came to the partnership of African Development Bank as a committee member, civil society forum committee member, in response to the competitive proposal called by the African Development Bank in 2018. So what we have accomplished, our finances, in fact, we didn't get direct finance from African Development Bank, but we got skill, when we were coming to annual meetings, then we were getting like these presentations and also consultation among the the participants. So we took that to our organization. Now, let I raise two major concrete things that we have achieved from the partnership. One is the high fives. We were getting presentations, trainings from the bank and from the discussions like this. And what we did is we took these high fives, we made it part of our 5-year strategic plan, the 5-year strategic plan from 2021 to 2025. This is the first thing. We have incorporated, we have owned it, the high fives. And the second one is our bank is preparing and building the institutional capacity of civil society organizations. Then, if you remember those who attended, we were getting training and presentation on social entrepreneurship, and there was hot discussions in the room. And we took that social entrepreneurship documents and consultation inputs to our organization, and we discussed on that. And then, depending on that, though there are scarcities of budget and finance, but we made all what we can to save money. You know, unless you start by yourself, nobody lends his or her ears to you. So we started our first business, social business, which is bakery and a pastry. As we are a humanitarian organization, we consider what the president was saying, human-centered. We are not pure business organization, as you know. So then we drafted 4 objectives. One is ensuring organizational sustainability. 2, employment generation. 3rd, providing quality and improved service with reasonable prices. 4th, influencing other businessmen to provide quality and improved services on the basis of marketing competition. 5th objective is to learn from the first business for further investments. These are so depending on these objectives, let I summarize. We started 5 social businesses. One is, as I said, bakery and pastry, number 1, in one town. The other one is bakery and pastry, number 2, in another town. The 3rd one is guest house with 32 rooms. The 4th one is shopping mall. We bought, but just I will tell you that, shopping mall to rent it out. And the other one, the 5th one is now, which is currently undergoing, is cafe and a restaurant. Now, you could be surprised from where the finance come. You know, the first step, we invested from our saving, and the second step for bigger investments like purchasing guest house and the shopping mall, the building. We link it with banks because we bring foreign currency for the banks. We work with them. And second, we deposit our project money there. So we influence it and convince them to give us with small interest and over a long period of time. That is the source of the fund. So currently, we have started getting, because only bakery, the number 1, number 2 are functioning. And we are currently getting about 4,500 USD return per month. And now after a month, after 3 months, when all this go to function, then we will get about between 13,000 and 15,000 USD income to run our organization. So we are positioned, thanks to African Development Bank, we are positioned now on self-sustainability. Now we do not chase donors, but the donors will chase us from now onwards because nobody wants to work with poor. Now we are self-sustainable, so I think we are planning for the 6th to open the filler factory, which we are going to challenge to incentivize Stand for Vulnerable Organization, African Development Bank.
Wow.
We are so thankful.
Thank you. Il faut dire que j'ai été moi-même très impressionné quand je suis allé en Éthiopie en juin dernier, que j'ai visité les réalisations. C'est vraiment impressionnant. Avec aucun financement, c'est le renforcement des capacités. Comme quoi, le partenariat avec la Banque africaine de développement peut apporter aussi des effets démultiplicateurs que nous-mêmes, on ne soupçonnait pas. Merci beaucoup, Etisha, pour cet exemple très édifiant. Nous allons terminer cette série de témoignages en revenant au siège de la Banque africaine de développement. Et je vais demander à Rita de nous rejoindre ici. Donc Rita est la coordinatrice et la chargée de programme du Fonds africain pour les changements climatiques. Donc c'est la personne qui a l'argent des fonds. Donc écoutez bien. Non, vous pouvez rester. Please. Donc Rita, ok, tu sais, le pouvoir c'est l'argent. Expliquez-nous comment les fonds climatiques ont été utilisés par les organisations de la société civile pour améliorer la vie des communautés.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Zeynep, and it's a pleasure to be here to listen to these testimonies and to share the perspective of the ACCF. When we speak, when we go on missions to many countries or conferences, we often get asked, we want to work with the bank as civil society. How do we work with the bank? We only hear you work with finance ministries of finance, but as civil society, how can we participate and also access funding from the ACCF or other trust funds within the bank to implement climate change projects? So I'm going to speak on the Africa Climate Change Fund, which is a multi-donor trust fund established in the bank and managed by the bank since 2014 to provide grants to support African countries in their climate change actions. NGOs, community-based organizations, research, regional institutions, eligibly registered in African countries are eligible to apply to the ACCF grants. ACCF grants are often per project between $250,000 to $1 million. Some of the areas we intervene as the Africa Climate Change Fund are on climate finance preparedness activities. We also support the implementation of climate adaptation projects. We build or support projects that enhance institutional capacity resilience or building. We also support projects that integrate gender or enhance gender equality in climate change. Very important to note, since its establishment in 2014, the ACCF governing committees have approved to date 26 projects. Out of these 26 projects, 10 projects are implemented by civil society organizations, and 3 of them have been highlighted in this forum, which I'll also further highlight for the audience in this room. Zeynep, allow me to also mention our donors because they play a very important role in this fund. For the establishment of the fund, the government of Germany through GIZ provided very important seed funding, as well as we went along, the government of Flanders, Belgium, the government of Italy, the government of Quebec, the government of recently Global Affairs Canada, as well as the Global Center on Adaptation have contributed to the fund, and we've been able to raise close to $26 million to support these 26 projects that I mentioned. We are a growing fund, so if you're a donor in this room, this is one way to support CSOs in this room. So please look for me and not just take money from us, but also contribute to the fund so that we can do more with CSOs. For CSOs, you may ask, how can I access ACCF funding? We have two main ways through which you can access ACCF funding. Every 2 to 3 years, subject to the availability of funds, we open competitive calls for proposals. And through these, I believe we're able to select the best of the best, and also able to work with partners who are community-based organizations and different institutions to be able to bring the resources down to the communities that need them the most. We also have the demand-driven window, which often has a more targeted approach in terms of if we see in a portfolio that certain regions are not being supported enough, the donors of the ACCF together with the African Development Bank agree and open this demand-driven window for us to provide support to those constituencies. The important question is, what is the comparative advantage of working with civil society organizations? I'm a bit biased because I also come from a civil society organization background before I joined the bank. So I know, and this is a well-known fact, that civil society organizations are often at the heart of the issue, especially those that work with communities on the ground. They understand the issues, they know the challenges, and often they have the solutions because they are in it themselves. And I like that one of our colleagues mentioned that from the design of the project to its implementation, ownership of that project, as well as sustainability of that project. This is really what civil society organizations bring to bear. And I think the bank through the ACCF is showing that we can work with civil society organizations, yet there may be challenges, accessing funding from the bank, but we are committed to forging a way by showing these projects as very clear examples. Let me quickly highlight, I mentioned that 10 projects out of the 26 are implemented by civil society organizations.
Quickly.
Okay, so 3 projects, and I invite you to join the online session tomorrow at 11:30 because 2 of these 3 will have their session to really share what they've been doing, the lessons, the challenges, and I think this gives an insight for civil society organizations that want to work with the ACCF and the bank to know how to even prepare your projects to make it competitive enough. So we have the Mozambique project, which is a climate resilient agriculture project that is supporting 10 rural communities in the Zambezi and Ukubela district. We have the green energy project in Uganda and Kenya, which is supporting financial service providers to be able to also develop resellers, work with community members and individuals to reach those last mile communities that we hope to reach through energy access projects. We also have the ZENEP for women development and NGO, which is working in Sudan, and also on the climate resilient agriculture project. Just quickly, let me end that the bank, while working with CSOs, also is a pattern capacity strengthening. And this is important because often when we CSOs join the bank, we assess their procurement capacity, we assess their financial management capacity to be able to implement this project and account back to us so we can account back to our donors. And so through those processes, we build capacity of civil society organizations that are really required. We show them how they can access funding, issue procurement bids, etc. So I think this is a learning process. I'll end with an Akan proverb that says that the person that is charting the path or clearing weeds in front of them that cannot really see that their back is skewed. And so with civil society organizations here in this room, this is not just talk. We are showing that you can look behind us, you can work in front of us, you can work together with us to really achieve the objectives of serving African communities. Thank you very much, Zainab.
Thank you very much, Rita. Thank you. You come from civil society. I understand now this connection between us. I came also from civil society. Donc, thank you very much, Rita. Thank you to all of you. Merci beaucoup. Nous avons clôturé cette session de témoignages. Nous allons passer aux questions-réponses. Nous avons pris beaucoup de temps. Normalement, nous avons une session qui commence dans 10 minutes. Mais nous allons quand même prendre quelques questions dans la salle, s'il y en a, et en ligne. Je vais demander à mes collègues, Edouard, est-ce qu'il y a des questions en ligne? Pas pour le moment. Et dans la salle ici, nous avons 2 questions, 3 questions. OK, nous allons commencer. Bon. Donc, je vais vous demander pour les questions d'être concis pour que nous puissions avoir quelques questions avant d'aller à la pause.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Directrice.
En une minute, s'il vous plaît.
Je suis Anis Awa, secrétaire général adjoint du collectif des leaders pour le développement durable de l'Afrique. Et ma question s'adresse à Madame Rita pour savoir est-ce que pour les organisations qui interviennent dans le domaine de la diversité biologique, il y a des projets parfois qui sont financés dans le cadre de vos actions de financement. Merci.
Merci, j'aime ce genre de questions, très bref. Madame Kaba.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis Dr Sran Daraba Kaba, ancien ministre, ancien ambassadeur. Je voudrais demander à notre frère de l'Éthiopie, est-ce que vous travaillez avec un centre de recherche pour que votre expérience puisse être documentée et servir, n'est-ce pas, à des gens qui sont loin de vous et qui pourraient en tirer profit. Ma deuxième question s'adresse à Madame du Congo. Je suis pharmacien et j'ai fumé du poisson pour avoir de l'argent pour ouvrir mon officine parce que les banques ne donnaient pas de crédit pour ouvrir une officine. Je voudrais savoir, dans votre expérience, comment pensez-vous qu'on puisse imaginer un processus de levée de fonds endogène? Parce qu'il y a la banque, je crois que c'est important, l'action de renforcement des capacités institutionnelles, mais il y a surtout cette capacité interne de nos États que nous n'exploitons pas suffisamment. Je vous remercie de pouvoir partager votre expérience. Merci.
Merci beaucoup pour ces questions très pertinentes. 2 questions et nous allons répondre à cette première série de questions.
Bonjour, je suis Nesmond Delorpi de la Convention de la société civile ivoirienne. Le projet Benkadi, justement, l'atténuation, l'adaptation des populations vulnérables. Alors, nous travaillons dans des villages, dans 45 villages, et dans des villages côtiers. Et il se trouve que nous renforçons les capacités des communautés vulnérables, notamment les femmes et les jeunes, pour le plaidoyer climatique. Alors, sur le terrain, notre projet, c'est simplement un projet de plaidoyer, mais il y a des besoins que nous rencontrons. Comment ces communautés qui sont dans les villages peuvent accéder à la banque de manière concrète? Merci.
Donc, Rita, encore une autre question. Une dernière question.
Bonjour, je suis Cyriac Bogo, vice-président de Afritivist, qui est la Ligue des blogueurs et web activistes pour la démocratie. La question s'adresse à M. Bokeh du Ghana. Je voulais savoir quelles ont été les difficultés lorsqu'il luttait, ou bien lorsqu'il intégrait ce projet, surtout en matière de lutte contre la corruption vis-à-vis du régulateur et même dans son pays. Quelles sont les difficultés auxquelles il a eu à faire face? Donc, comme il n'en a pas parlé, je voulais juste en savoir, parce que ça peut être aussi source d'inspiration. Merci.
Merci beaucoup pour cette question très pertinente sur les questions de corruption et de transparence. Est-ce que, Edouard, nous avons des questions en ligne? Pas encore. Nous allons répondre à ces questions de la salle. Nous commençons par... Et je vais commencer par Rita, qui a 2 questions. Ensuite, nous avons...
Rita will head to Ghana. Ghana has 1 question. Ethiopia and then DRC on homegrown experiences.
Intervention does cover biodiversity, and the Mozambique project that I mentioned as an example also has a big part on reforestation, looking at mangrove forests as well as indigenous forests that have been degraded. So sometimes you can think of structuring the project around some livelihood activities and also reforestation. This is something that is really within the CF's wheelhouse, and you can, when we have calls for proposals, that's definitely an area of intervention that we look at. How can communities access ACF funding?
Rita, for the first question, just tell us when is the next call for proposal.
Okay.
Because
all right, so I don't want to say the bad news. Bad news is that we ended a call for proposal last year, so we've just selected projects for funding. But the ACF is a growing fund, and as we mobilize more resources, we put out new calls for proposal, as well as we have a demand-driven window, which I also mentioned, which is more flexible to receive proposals than the competitive calls for proposal. The community-based communities, to answer your question in short, community-based organizations are eligible to access funding. One of the very important requirements is that you should at least have been in that community for 2 years plus, and you should have a demonstrable track record working within that community. So those are two important requirements where we work. It's not just for CBOs, actually, all NGOs have to show that they work in an African community, they've been there doing what they say they are good at for a number of years. This is for both ownership as well as sustainability. I hope that answers your question. I think those were the two questions in it.
Yes, thank you very much. That was a very good question. In our work, we try to let state institutions and individuals to understand that we are supposed to be working for the public good, right? So when we have to go aggressive and defend the interests of the public, it's because of individuals who are on the other side. But we all want to ensure that whatever decisions that are being made serves the people well. And that requires a very difficult balancing act to be able to engage leadership and at the same time critique what they do. It's a constant struggle, but we try to maneuver. And where you have an intervening project like this that brings all of us together to say that we have to make sure this works for all of us, it creates that platform for the demand side and the supply side to agree on a common path for that action that requires all of us to come together to work on. So it's not a conclusive approach to say you will not come against the state institutions or you will not struggle to access information, but there is room to always build on what we have and be able to ensure that we serve our people well. Yeah.
Merci, Benjamin.
Thank you, Benjamin. Elsie, thank you for your question, madam. Our experience in the DRC, when we started delivering training to the African Development Bank, we designed a module on financial inclusion, and the purpose was to help women who want to do business, as the gentleman from Ethiopia said, to ensure that they can save. And we asked the women, and we actually had a collaboration with local banks for local banks to open accounts with small amounts like $10 to women, because the bank funded the training. And so instead of the woman paying for the attendance fees, you pay nothing. You save your $10 that you open. I hope you see how it works. And they started having their own personal accounts. And when they need a loan, the bank can give them 2 times what they have in their savings account. So it is a loan that is not too burdening, but over time the DRC opened a mover, which is a financial scheme. It started in Kinshasa in DRC and is now being implemented across the provinces. And we had this experience of this lady who said she couldn't save. She wanted a loan. And she started, each time she sold, say, 1,000 francs, that's just about $2, would ask her to, use 700 and to save 300. And within 3 months, she was able to raise 100,000, Congolese francs, equal to about $50. And, it served as an example to, starting with loans, but start by saving. So start by raising money yourself. And so when you start a project of $100, for instance, you should have at least $20 as saved money so that when you receive a loan, you can proceed. So our philosophy was to promote personal savings. And, this bank is the women's bank, and it helps a lot lending out to women. Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll conclude with Ethiopia, Mr. Lau.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saba. Yeah, one of the unique approach to development for SCVO is we are a research-based organization. So we have international research sponsors like NHI, the National Institute of Health, Emory University and Duke University, and we have also local universities who collaboratively work with us. Our researches are funded by NHI through American universities and local, and also by USAID in local universities. So we can exchange. In fact, it is really you raised a good question, and it is very helpful. It is really, the research is what brought us to innovative ideas, to take the lessons we learned from Africa Development Bank, so we can exchange later our cards, and this is part of also integrate Africa, so we can come together and we can discuss how to go forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Naou, for this response. Je pense que nous sommes arrivés à la fin.
We have come to the end of the Q&A in the room. We have some questions online which Edward will read out.
Merci beaucoup, Zainab.
Thank you, Zainab. We have some questions online. The first one is addressed to Madam Mukendi from Ben Adela. Good morning, everyone. I am Najib Bendala from Tunisia, trainer, coach, and in entrepreneurship. What is the legal structure of micro and small enterprises created as part of your project?
Weight of advocacy in the demand for transparency in public service delivery. I think that is a general question which we can answer. And I think there was a question in English. Bon de remerciement. How the civil society in Africa can contribute or participate in the preparation of bank civil society. General question. Yeah. Yeah, and there is one here from Madame Haji Ache Said Abaka. Good morning, I am Madame Ache, and the question, what are measures put in place to handle the impact of climate change on women and girls trafficking? I think Rita might help us with that. Merci, Madame.
Merci beaucoup pour la question, pour la personne.
Thank you for the question. relating to the status, the legal status, you know. This, well, we generally take people who have an idea about creating enterprises. I don't know what legal form to give to the enterprise. We try to give them, we have a module on enterprise creation, and we explain to them the various types of enterprises that exist, the benefits and disadvantages. But most of the time, we deal with micro enterprises. Most of them are micro enterprises, and we push women to come together to have an economic interest group, because women, when you push them to create an enterprise by herself, they may fail. But when you put them together to create an economic interest group, they work together, and then with time they understand that they can go it alone. So we go step by step, as the president said. We start with the boat and we move on. So we have small enterprises that we also coach. These small enterprises have a capital of about $5,000 and more, because for those, the difference is training. We lay emphasis on taxation, because in that case you are known, you are in the formal sector, and we train you on how to manage that. I hope I've answered the question. If not, she can always send me an email through the ADB and I'll answer. That is what we'll do. We'll give the contacts of the panelists, we'll put them online so that you may be contacted directly. Most of what we had was comments, and on the transparency, Benjamin, could you please come in and then we'll close the Q&A.
Yes, that was a very important question. The weight of transparency, the weight of advocacy in transparency. I mean, from my work and experience, I've come to the conclusion that the reason why public servants don't want you to know what is happening is because they want to serve their interests first. All right, so if you just let yourself to writing, we are a policy think tank, but we do aggressive advocacy beyond the writings, because we want to put the information out. We want to engage to shift policy actions, and advocacy is the way to do that. If you're not advocating on your issues, on your policy positions, nobody cares about what you think, right? So we need to mobilize and get people to fill that space. Much of the problem we see on our continent is as a result of poor decision and corruption. And corruption is at the center of many of the decisions that are taken. And it's only advocacy and getting people aware of what is happening with policy decisions. It's the only way we can address, the challenges that we face on our continent. So advocacy, for me, is the key. And I'm even classifying myself as an activist rather than a policy writer. And we need to wear that cloth of activism and engaging aggressively on the change we want to see on our continent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much yes, Joel?
Okay, thank you.
The last intervention.
Yeah, there was a question which was asked relating to what the bank can do, maybe with climate change on women and girls trafficking, which I think if I'm looking at it from a refugee point of view, where we have 60,000 refugees, majority of which are women and youths. Most of them are not men, they are women. If I go to another refugee camp within the region, I've been to Namibia, I go to Zambia, you see more women there. And because of the challenges that they are facing back home. So whether it's internal displacement of persons or it's internal, let's look at what are the causes of that. And the bank can assist. I heard the president say he is meeting the governments, maybe on issues to do with governance, maybe silencing guns in Africa is a solution, but the bank can do more, even increasing the livelihoods of the people of concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joel. Thank you to teacher. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Eliane. Merci, Dieudonné. Merci, Benjamin.
Thank you, Dieudonné. Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you, Rita. Thank you, my dear Jerusalem. I thank you all. This is something the president wanted. He wanted these testimonies on how we collaborate with CSOs on the continent, and this interactive session that are on the platform of the platform to talk about what they do, and there are several other dozens. There are dozens of examples, similar examples on the continent. Thank you for making it to Abidjan. We have come to the end of this accountability session. Rendezvous next year, and we will continue with the session on the induction. But before that, let me give the floor to Luther, who will give us the next items on our agenda.
Merci, félicitations encore.
Thank you, congratulations Zainab and the panel members. This panel confirms the fact that the ADB and the CLs who are working together, and accountability makes it better for us to focus the bank's approach on the population. As Zainab has said, we have a future session on the presentation of the main programs by the bank departments. But before that, we need to feed. One of the pillars of the bank's high five is Feed Africa. We're going to feed ourselves before we come back here to continue. It is 2:13 by my watch. We should be back here at 3 p.m. Please, we have 2 sessions to go. The presentations by the bank session, and then another session with the MDBs, which is equally important for us to, how we need to see how institutions like the AU and the European Development Bank and so on. When we come back, we'll give you greater information. Lunch will be at a restaurant La Gourmandise. When you come out, there is information on the table. When you go out, you turn left and then you'll be directed to the place. We'll reconvene at 3 p.m. Thank you all.